operations on check and make sure that everything that is happening has been monitored and everything is actually being done in the right way.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause. Somebody else, something that you learned in your truck, something that you learned in the panel, that was a wow moment that you'd like to share?
Hi everyone. My name is Curtis. I think what I learned yesterday was before even the discussion, the panel discussion. It was when I think it was Ambassador Philip Tigo. He brought a solution, and one thing solutions with individuals who are resistant to technologies. It will involve a lot of empathy, willingness to connect, and it's not about us forcing people to take our solutions, but we take a step back and we co-create the solutions together. I think that was one thing that I strongly learned yesterday. Thank you.
Building a smart city. Yeah, so for me,
Brought his transformation.
So should we have AI conversations or should we have basic commodities catered to first? Which one for you?
For me, I'd say we use the AI conversation to find a solution for the basic that is already existing.
Ooh, give him a snap, guys. Ooh, I got some chills. Another answer? For me, I'm like, focus on that John who cannot read. Yes, sir, the one with the suit. It's you, the one looking behind.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Nyandika Obego. I'm glad to be here. Having technology conversations will actually bring new ideas, as my brother said, to actually help us penetrate to those regions in quotes that are living maybe in the 20th century. Because if we avoid having these conversations, then we risk having the development gap widening. We risk
In startup hubs, in billions and billions of technology, improving what is currently, whereas that child in Samburu probably does not even understand the CBS. There's a philosophy that I always use in my team, and I govern this throughout the continent. Whenever you're doing a task, I use a policy that's called the Eisenhower policy. It is divided in 4 windows. An item or a task, and you can use this personally, an item or a task can either A, it's either important and urgent. B, important, not urgent. C, not urgent, but important. And D, urgent, but important. Having conversations of investing in technology, building startups, coming and pouring of money and receiving donor funding and leadership, guys, help me understand how that is a priority right now, yet the governor has said there are people who have never even seen water, and after the news yesterday, they will see. Remember one, you can't automate integrity. True or false? You can't. So even if we come up with different innovations, Help me understand how the bare minimum is going to be solved. Somebody else, unless you convince me. The gentleman with the specs. For the guys this side, karibuni sana. Let's clap for them because they've arrived. Strongly, guys. Wape makofi. So we're trying to reserve this side, and we're asking guys to occupy these two areas. So politely requesting if you could jump to this side or this other particular side. Thank you for your cooperation. For the ushers, please communicate also at the registration. When you're guiding people, kindly let them sit either this column or this column. It's easier to convey. Yes, sir, your name and thoughts?
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kevin Isom, and my thoughts on that are, I want to take us back a little bit to the past. There have been developments that have changed the world globally. For example, the industrial revolutions and all that. When we look at where Africa or where Kenya was at those specific advancements in globally, we see that either we were secondary users, like it's already ready-made, we receive it, or we were not key players. We were not key players in that specific field. We were very replaceable. And now, when I come back to where we are today, we have that opportunity to be key players and to be not majority. Yes, I believe majority stakeholders in that aspect. We have a say. So I believe that when you look at it from a larger scale of things, if we lose this opportunity, of, let's say we decide, okay, I want to play the devil's advocate a little bit here, but let's say, for example, we decide when we'll not be putting funding in these startups and push them towards Samburu and providing water, like that's, we will do that only and not invest. When you solve that problem, then we'll come back to that. I believe now when you look at it from the larger scale of things, we'll be losing, for lack of better word, bargaining or like bargaining power, such as if Africa has a say, or let's say we've leveraged on there's a product Llama by Facebook. We've leveraged on it and have expertise on it, and even gone further and even created products that have unique value. Then we might be able to even tell them, okay, now in case we need this from other countries and we have this as beginning power, this is what we're able to give, this is the value that we're able to give you, and so you can be able to give us something else. Let's say, for example, maybe we have let's say six unicorns from Africa, and we decide, okay, we'll enable these services to be accessible to the world, and in exchange we need, let's say, expertise from other startups
to come.
To come to
okay. Allow me to throw this, and somebody can give me feedback because I don't know. Tell me a country in Africa that is setting the trend in reference to technology. Something that I think Kenya should adopt. In Africa. Don't tell me the Chinas and the Americas.
Nigeria.
Well, Nigeria, what are they doing?
Specifically in the fintech sector.
So is it one particular example that they are doing this and we should be able to adopt it? So I don't want to generalize. Give me a country that has something in technology and it's working for them.
I don't know if I can answer that.
Yes, you can.
Okay. So it's going back to Nigeria,
okay,
where they have really changed the aspect of when you're growing a startup or when you're growing a company, it's better for you to go multinational instead of really digging down into one country and expanding your growth there, then moving to the next.
Okay.
I believe, like, for example, Flutterwave, they decided to expand on...
So let me correct you there. Flutterwave isn't African.
Okay.
I saw a hand up. For example, America has digitized voting. Correct? Correct, guys? I would like such an example. Yes? Rwanda? Rwanda has automated drone delivery. Drone delivery? Oh, did you guys know that? Did you guys know that? Wow. Aki, don't make me feel like I was the only one. Jesus, how? All right, so you basically, your medicine, is it my microphone? Is it his? Is it whose? So you basically order medicine and then it's delivered to you through a drone. I like that. Somebody else? Tell me Africa. Yes, madam. Remember Africa and what is working. Yeah, sorry. Aki, the lights are so bright. You're not a madam. I'm sorry. It's because I'm so sorry. It's the lights. Yes, sir. Apologies. So you can be a little bit louder. The electric? Electric rains. Or trains. We don't have electric trains? Kwani SGR ni? I just need to be sure you know. The electric trains. Somebody else? I need 5. And I want you to take note of something. Look how hands are not coming up. Look how easy it is for us to compare technology and innovation in European countries, in in the Asian continent. But it is so hard for us to basically uproot goodness and greatness from our own continent. Those are only 2. And Aki, don't Google. We want to be real. Yes, sir.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So, my name is Quincy. I'd like to bring things closer to home. Kenya,
Yes.
particularly in Kericho,
Okay.
we have an AI developer who developed an e-health service for people to identify macular issues, eye issues.
Okay, on AI,
Yes.
Professionally, I'm a lawyer, but
Okay.
on AI, lawyers in Kenya are already using AI-powered platforms for purposes of delivery of legal services and things like that. Yeah,
For example?
we have M-lawyers. So if you go online, you'll find quite a number of websites that are being powered by AI. And in terms of engagement with those websites, you are able to have a legal problem either addressed or be able to find yourself, or rather be afforded the opportunity to buy things like legal documents, like agreements.
Oh.
Yeah, so those are opportunities that are available.
Won't you go jobless?
No, we will not.
I'm telling you, isn't it going to
Because-
replace you tomorrow? Not tomorrow, but
You see, we have to contend with the fact that AI is a reality.
Yes.
And in terms of the fact that AI is a reality, we also have to adapt. And as
Okay.
part of that adaptation to the realities that come with AI, the people who are behind the websites by themselves, they are
Yes.
lawyers. All right? So it is an opportunity that people are basically seizing. All right? So
Okay.
if you can come into my office and there's a platform through which I can engage with you by way of technology, then I shall do that. So
Okay.
essentially, my colleagues in the profession are actually doing that.
all right.
Yeah.
It's called M-lawyers.
Yeah, well, that is the acronym for now,
Okay.
M-lawyers. Yeah.
Okay. For those of you who didn't know this, legal doesn't have to be extremely expensive. And I would just like to frame that particular conversation that sometimes it's good to sit and stop comparing your current space with other continents, with other markets, and localize where you currently are at. For example, in our company, we have a budget of only using 500 papers per month, and we are a staff of 160 because our boss believes whatever can be typed can be stored in a cloud. So we are working towards technology. And I don't want to shun the people that had a comment before, but for me, I'm like, why are we having conversations like AI, crypto, investing in startups, whereas there's somebody living under a tree, there's somebody who's never seen electricity. Where is the priority? Who is going to teach them? It's like we're taking 2 steps forward and 10 steps behind. And if you have a contrary opinion, I would, yes, involve. Okay, so we'll go then the lady, then the gentleman.
All right, I mean, yes, the issues that you're raising are a bit valid, but the thing is this. Technology is under constant evolution, all right? The development priorities of Kenya, notwithstanding the fact that we've not been able to meet quite a significant portion of that, they shall not wait. Right now, we sit at the throes of the 4th industrial revolution, which is AI, all right? We can't sit back, possibly cry, throw tears at the fact that there are kids in Kenya who do not have electricity in the schools that they go to. It's unfortunate.
But we can do something about it right now and not invest in things that are already helping people that have a food on their table.
That's exactly why we need to separate issues. The development problems of Kenya, the budget problems of Kenya are not in any way attributable to the advancement in technology. We have to adopt the advantages that come with technology. We can use technology to ameliorate some of those problems, but then we also have to ensure that we have necessary budgetary allocations, leadership qualities that are able to address the problems that you are mentioning, because those problems are not technological in nature. The fact that kids don't have electricity in their school, it has got nothing to do with technology.
True.
All right?
Good.
Absolutely.
Then why are we pouring more money on things like I said, why are we pouring more money on things that are not a priority, right?
It is a priority.
AI such a priority, guys?
It is a priority. AI is the 4th industrial revolution. It is a priority. AI can be used to advance the growth of Kenya, the development of Kenya. AI, for instance, in the agricultural sector, quite a number of systems are being powered by AI. Farmers are being reached out to through AI. Healthcare, AI. Transport, AI. All of those are possibilities that can be achieved through AI. But for the fact that the kid is not having electricity at the local school that they attend, I think those are budgetary issues that have got no correlation with the adoption and advancement of our interest from actions for technological development. Then compare that with what has remained. You'll realize that what is being thrown at technology is a drop. The bulk of the money remains with the payment of salaries and other things that do not in any way help that child that you're speaking about. John. All right, but thanks.
The debate you just had, I'm more on your side. Like, I think, so let me just introduce myself. My name is Omondi, currently motorcycle mechanic, but I've done IoT development, BSc telecoms. You asked the question, why is the priority more on things like AI and technology than things like access to water, access to shelter, like medicine, healthcare? It's because Kenya is an apartheid society. From the beginning, the people who are pushing for tech, they just don't give a fuck, basically. They don't care about it's a social issue. My good friend here said it's more of a budgetary issue. It's a social issue where some people want to kind of kukula na pia develop at their own rate, even though it's not cutting across the average. They just don't care. That's my.
And I agree. Take this. There's a particular Chinese restaurant at Sarit Center, and it was launched 2 weeks ago. And this restaurant has robots. You're being served by a robot. The robot comes, keys in, you key in what you require, it takes the order, it goes back, the chef or whoever takes the order. When the food is ready, it is put, and I'm not even promoting this restaurant, it is put on that robot because it has trays, and you come, and you give, and you collect your food. Zero human interaction. Why is that a priority? We need to move forward for sure. We can't stick up and say, you know, Nyawera, John has to eat, John needs to be in a good home, John has to get education. But please, guys, sometimes is technology really necessary everywhere? If conversations are being had about technology this firmly, this strongly, just like our good friend here is saying, my thought system is where the priorities. And I'm sorry to say this, but probably the reason why technology and innovation is at the forefront of Kenya with an 87 penetration rate, it is also to be associated, to just be known that we are on this direction. To just be known that, you know, even Africa and Kenya has this. Somebody else that hasn't spoken? Yes. Hamuta Nikula after this. These are just my thoughts. Aren't we sharing? Aren't we? Aren't we sharing? I thought so. Yes, sir.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sydney, and I think I'm thinking of it in a broader perspective. It is actually unfair because where I come from, exactly. Because where I come from, I'm a Maasai. I come from Kajiado, and so where I'm from, I was blessed, and I thank God. But at the end of the day, there's a paradox, because when I go back home, there's a John living in a Manyata without electricity. Okay, for me, I think of it as a colonial. It's a colonial way of colonizing us at this modern age, because since the white man left this great country of ours, everybody thought that we won't be controlled by the white man ever again. Yeah, but the land that he left, we all know who owns that land right now. And it's the same with the technological advancement. You find the minority of people in this country are the ones who are privileged to go to the schools, the likes of Strathmore, USIU, UON, you know. So I think right now we are in a forum talking about innovation and whatnot, but there's a poster written Skyworth, and it's from a different country, you know. So it's just a thought
about this technology and teach John nicely, so that John, whenever he's growing up, he'll be at a better place. From me, hadi akisomea chini ya mti, atakuwa anajua technology mali imesimamia, you know.
Sir, I don't refuse that we need to embrace technology. True or false, guys? I don't refuse. We are currently embracing technology.
But you don't have a choice.
No, there's always a choice. You being here is a choice. Us choosing not to have this conversation is a choice. We can have a choice to be able to decide what is of priority. Remember the Eisenhower principle. There's something that is either important or urgent? I promise you, you might not like me after this, but technology and innovation is important. But for sure, it is not urgent.
Yes, but then...
Yes, another person. Somebody else, a strong conversation. Yes, sir. And remember, when we're talking about technology and innovation, when I'm talking about John, I'm not only like talking of the social status. I mean entirely. Like the places that need urgent attention. Why are we having innovation and technology conversations?
So first, I have a question for you. So the question is, so my name is Brian, and my question is, why do you bring these up as if they are mutually exclusive, that we cannot have both conversations? Or that one is happening at the expense of another?
You won't believe me. You said it's John. Brian.
Yes, I'm Brian.
Oh, John is John. Sorry. Yes. I was actually waiting for somebody to say that. Why can't they work parallel? But continue. I think they should. I think they should. But
okay, because the way you're prosecuting this whole conversation is...
Prosecuting. For those who feel I'm prosecuting, raise your hands. For those who feel I'm not prosecuting, raise your hands. It's 50-50. I'm not. It's just a conversation.
Okay, yeah.
You need an opposition.
So, okay, the point is you're framing it as if they are mutually exclusive. But then the other thing is these conversations happen in different environments. I know in some places where some of us come from, still remote areas, there are empty classrooms. There are classrooms that don't have students. In short, there is an oversupply of classrooms. And there's other parts of the country where there is an undersupply of classrooms. And the point I'm trying to make here is that these conversations would usually happen at that local level. There are people in that community whose primary responsibility it is to have those conversations about why are our kids under trees, why do we have county governments and this. So the point is those conversations need to happen, but I don't think they need to happen here, or at least they need to happen at the expense of, they need to happen at the expense of conversations around technology. So that's the first thing. I'm sure these conversations are happening anyway. It's just that for the subset of people that are here, those are not things on the top of their minds. And it's good that they choose to engage in other conversations like advancing technology. Yeah, and then there's something you also brought up about what is more urgent than the other. I don't understand how. So Kenya has a literacy rate of about 83%, and if you look around the world, there is still very developed countries that have very low literacy rates. Having people not going to school, well, at least above a certain threshold is not really, the highest priority is not to have everybody in school in a country. The highest priority is for society to advance. During the Industrial Revolution, say in England or across Europe, the literacy rate was probably less than 3%, but that did not stop the creation of the steam engine, the development of railway transport, and later on the whole Industrial Revolution. My point here being that you can still have people, say, who are way behind, or people that feel left behind and still have advances in technology. And okay, sorry, yeah, but my point was just that technological advances are as important, or even maybe more important, than the notion that there needs to be, I don't know, universal elimination of illiteracy and that kind of thing. So, yeah, I think that's my contribution to the conversation.
Sorry. How many people currently, if you're in school, your lecturer still prints out your assignment? Do you print it out for yourselves? All right. How many people do lecturers send assignments on email? Raise your hand stronger. Okay. How many people in school, your university has encompassed an e-learning portal? All right. That's a good number. Yes, sir?
Good morning. My name is Franklin Mokua
first of all, I want to thank him because he has spoken out my mind. But I want to add on, to add something to it. We must not forget that technology, as a bare minimum, as a definition, is a way of doing things. So it's upon us to not just think AI as a way of solving, the rich man's problem, but AI also as a means or as a way of solving the poor man's problem. And bringing this perspective is, for example, what plastic did. Of course, people in the, climate actions may stone me for this, but it lowered the cost of computers for us. If you look before the invention of plastic, these computers are very, very expensive. But now, after plastic was invented, it became much more cheaper and much more, many more people able to access these hardware devices for use. So when you look at our local problems in our settings, for example, lack of classrooms, lack of water, can AI really fill that gap? Yes, it can.
Can AI really fill that gap?
Yes, it can help us fill that gap. For example, some of the issues we're having around this place, around those places, is this lack of materials which we deem fit to construct classroom. When you go to some places, they have trees. We can have timber classrooms that are very unique, that are very elaborative, that can be used to pass on education to them, using AI itself as a tool, of course, by us human beings. We can have AI, show us, this I'm talking about now, the super AI. Show us what technology can we use then in drought areas to generate water in other means that are not at the moment available to us. But we believe everything is possible if we have this super AI. And it's upon us to develop it to that level of competency as a nation so that we can have these two topics and discussions together. Use AI for the advancement of the basic necessities of our citizenry.
Oh, valid point. Give him a proper clap. Do we need AI for everything? Let's see by raise of hands. We need AI for everything? Do we need AI for 90% of the things that we do? 90. Just raise your hands. 90? 80%? My word, sir. 70%? You're the same crowd yesterday who said they would want an AI teacher. Or we were not for that? We disagreed. All right. The gentleman in the suit, you had a comment?
Hi, so for broad-based purposes, I teach on AI a lot. I teach on AI. If you look me up on LinkedIn, you'll see I've led a lot of discourse. I'm having.
Get your name again.
My name is Quincy Otieno.
Quincy Otieno. Quincy with a Q.
Q-U-E, not Q-U-I.
All right, Quincy Otieno.
So as my senior here, I'm a lawyer by profession. So
same cloth.
Yes, but I love controversy. Let me broaden people's perspective a bit. When you mention AI, I want you to stop using it as a form of threat. I want you now to look at it wholly as emergent technologies. It's easier for us to innovate if we have other subcategories of emergent technologies. Blockchain is doing wonderful things also, so don't isolate it. I love the discourse which everyone is bringing about. We have an AI professional here. So two things. One very controversial, but that will be the last one. Two things. The first one is, why do we have to look at innovation in linearity? Meaning, why do we just have to look at it in form of, in order for us to alleviate poverty, we have to first do this. Societies work in a manner that things work in series, not in parallel. So as much as there will be John, coincidentally I'm also called John, we can also have innovation side by side to poverty. Now, the reason why it's being termed as the next revolution is because there's a lot of hype around it. Personally, I code. I've written a lot of software, like I've developed a lot of software around AI. One thing you'll notice, any person who's built one, is that at the precipice of it is data. That's why I've told everybody, let's look at it from emergent technologies. Let's not just isolate it to AI. Now, when it comes to the second controversial point, I think, or rather my position right now is, with the emergence of AI, won't it make John more poor, as he will not have resources, neither will he have the information as to how to use it, how to amplify his scenario, and how to get him out of poverty. That's my controversial take.
So you're wow, the lady behind you is properly snapping. So you're saying if AI is added or properly adopted, John might be more poor. John might be a little bit more backward because he was left one when technology came. He was still left. Then two, AI has now come, so he's been left twice. But you're the same people telling me that AI can be with your fellow Geshohe, correct? Telling me that there's John with a tablet, even if he's under a tree. You're the same people. So if you're saying AI is going to make John more poor, then why do we actually need AI?
Precisely my point.
So you're saying we don't need it?
Like, I love conundrums because currently, like in the next few minutes I'm about to leave, we are doing the AI strategy for the country. One thing you'll observe, there's one thing about developing, and then there's one thing about magnifying whatever inequality is already there. The thing with how emergent technologies are working is we don't see both sides of the coin. For those who are innovating, okay, there are three categories of people. Those who pro-adoption, those who fear-monger, and those who are neutral about it. So depending on which side of those three divides you fall under, you'll have theories. And I love listening to these theories. So as much as I'm here in a private capacity, I'm learning quite a lot. Thank you.
Somebody else? Yes. You can respond as the gentleman in maroon. Yes.
Okay. So I think my response to the second concern that Quincy had is the way I think about AI or technology as an AI practitioner myself is that it's something like, if you think about electricity, for instance, it's something that it's not just the people that use electricity that benefit from it, but it's a form of infrastructure that our whole society runs on. And the same thing, if you think about software, right now software is an infrastructure that all of society uses. You really can't reach a point that you say someone who is illiterate in the village doesn't have access to software. The reality is that the benefits that are accrued through technology like software cascades to everyone in society, including people who are not even aware that those technologies exist. So in the case of AI, if you think about John, for instance, might never even use maybe an electronic device, let alone AI itself. But when they go to hospital, the medical services that is being delivered to them is going to be through AI. If they are going to get a job anywhere. So I lived in a village without electricity for a long time. But some of the household products that we had at home were products of farms that run on electricity. Even household products, even classrooms that you went to. All those things were because there was electricity in that society. So when you think of technology and something like AI, it's good for us to know that all of us are already enjoying those benefits. It's not just because you use ChatGPT that you have AI. Your bank is running on AI. Your employer, the research a lot of research on COVID was done through AI. And we are all beneficiaries of that in a society. So I think one way that we need to frame this conversation as is to look at it as an infrastructure around which everything in society is going to be built on top of. It's not simply that this is a technology that someone in a village doesn't have, this is a technology that someone who has a smartphone has. It's infrastructure that the whole society is being built on top of it. So they are beneficiaries of the internet that have never used an internet connectivity. We all benefited from M-Pesa even when we were kids without M-Pesa. And that's the best way to think about technology and innovation. It's infrastructure that everything gets built on top of.
Wow, your claps are quite loud. When he's talking about this, I'm thinking of there's this new product that is being brought for internet. What's the name? It's at the letter S. Starlink. Starlink, yes? Great. Starlink's aim, and somebody can correct me if I'm not saying what they do correctly. So Starlink are currently charging, they have an offer of 35,000. 30? 29. And before it was 40? Listen to that. So who has not heard of Starlink first? Okay, so let's put perspective. So Starlink is entering into the competition space like JTL, Fiber, Safaricom Home Fiber, okay? So Starlink is selling a device, and this particular device, all you need to do is connect, or rather point its antennas to the satellites, and you can be able to access internet from anywhere, correct? That's how it's focusing on, right? So even if I'm in Mandera, it's a portable device, and then I carry it. So what Starlink is doing is, you buy that device. Remember, it was 100K. It moved to almost 45K. Now it's 29. This is a portable device as opposed to how Safaricom and JTL do it. So you can walk with it. Then the moment you've purchased this device once, you can now be paying a subscription of, is it 1,300? Or it varies. It's graduating. If we take Starlink is technology, correct? It is innovation, correct? If we take Starlink to John, will we be solving a particular problem? Hey. It has come out. Will we be solving a particular problem? Let's see by show of hands, and by the time you're saying yes, you better have a proper, the AI people, no. I've refused you to speak from now. Somebody else that is not in that category. And if you feel it will not, raise your hand. For those who've joined, John is somebody living in an underprivileged section. And our conversation is pertaining, do we need to have conversations about technology and innovation, whereas there's a John somewhere who cannot even be able to access basic commodity? Yes, sir, you've just joined us. Are you from Starlink first, no? Okay. You can use a microphone there.
Thank you. Ben Roberts here. I'm a farmer. I used to work in communications. The problem that Starlink is solving is not the problem that you think it is. And the way Elon Musk is thinking is very big. So the innovation that SpaceX have really got on top of is actually around rockets. So the rockets that SpaceX are building are able to carry more satellites, much, much cheaper than previous rockets. So that's the innovation. Starlink is a service which is going to provide communications in Kenya and other places, but that is enabled by the innovation, which is the cheaper rockets. So they've launched 6,000 satellites, and they're able to do that affordably because they've got cheaper rockets. But ultimately, the problem that Elon is trying to solve is to put humans on Mars. So when we're paying for our Starlink subscriptions, we're getting internet, but it's not, you think it's solving a problem of internet in Mandera. That's a short-term thing. The long-term play is to put humans on Mars by getting rockets that will go to Mars. That's what they're trying to achieve.
Okay. So I'm for Starlink is not going to solve John's story. It's long-term, taking people to Mars. I don't care if people are going to Mars or not. How are my people here progressing? I want to hear somebody that have I heard from you? No. Yes. Do you feel Starlink is going to help John? Yes. My God. Ben Roberts were together. I don't think it is, but okay.
Okay, picture this. If we did not have a conversation of mobile phones when they came, what could we be having right now? We'd be lining up to call boxes to actually call, because the government has said no to Samsung. They've told Samsung, go first to our villages, develop there first before bringing phones. Whatever we are having right now, you cannot see it at the moment, but it's an infrastructure that is going to solve a very big issue in the future for John.
We don't see it right now.
John has been has been in Mandera for 20 years. The phones have been here more than 20 years, and it's not helping John.
We had the same conversation when we had the lines.
The lines.
The call lines. But now
educate
John is able to access a mobile phone. Even if he doesn't own one, he can actually walk to maybe a neighbor and make a call to Nairobi. If we did not embrace that technology when it came back then, or if we did not have that conversation, then we would not be having mobile phones at the moment. And the gap could be increasing as the days go by. So if we don't say that Elon Musk is trying to solve a problem for John, then you're not seeing the big picture.
Wow, are you saying me? Shots fired. Remember, for those who've joined, technology and innovation are two separate things. I am not against it. As a matter of fact, I am very pro it. I have become so lazy that even when I want to do something, I will. Siri, call for me, Mama.
Calling Mama.
That's how lazy I am. I am very, very pro-technology and innovation. What I am not for is the priority that it is taking. The conversations are going too fast, too quick. Today is when I found out that Rwanda has electric trains. My people are still queuing in railway station. People are still queuing in archives for 40 minutes to go to my home. And then I enter a matatu and I start arguing with a conductor about change for 10 shillings. My 10 shillings. And you keep on saying, ntakupatia madam. Word. Again, conversations that need to be had. The transport industry garners such a huge amount of money. Why are we not having conversations about crucial things like that? And it's not only John. I'm just talking about industries that that they really, really need technology and innovation right now. Somebody else, sir? I have heard from here. Yes, sir.
Good morning.
After him, I would like to switch the conversation because I know we are almost starting. So I was just waiting for one of our guests. Yes,
yeah, my name is Michael. So how about we come back home and really talk about what is happening in the country? So we're talking about if the two can coexist, right? So we are consuming these AI products as a third party. How about we get the best view for this, right? And the only thing we are learning from this is getting the service. How about we learn the process? How do they achieve this? We're getting that AI has been a journey. How about the process, right? And one of the things that the government is maybe doing, and we're getting maybe difference from what the country like US is doing, is the United States, like for example, these old technologies, upcoming technologies, they make it open source, and then they want it to help the society, right? So they take it to universities, institutions, so that those upcoming generation can learn about them. Right now, it's not about us. It's not that those John that are growing, we're not focusing about one problem or one person in particular. We focus about the society. So I'm arguing, how about we learn the process? Whatever they did at that time, we take it back, what they did, and bring it back to our country. And since you're not we're not the key players in this AI jargon, whatever, we want to take that third party, sit and learn, right? So that's all.
All right, let's give him a round of applause. So I want to switch the conversation to the space that we are in right now. And if you're a John Quincy, I'm sorry, but yes. Like I said, I always need to be at the opposition. So I am for some, I was not for, but I think it's conversations that we need to have. Based on yesterday's panel discussion, we had government representatives, and government is at the forefront of propelling this conversation for technology and innovation. Anything new that is being added in that front. And I would like to ask you as individuals, which particular industry, and I think I had asked this yesterday, but we had just started. Which particular industry, apart from health, apart from transport and agriculture, is in desperate need for innovation? 1 second. While you're giving your answers, please remember that there are people employed. Will they be fired? Guy, will they be fired? Will you be able to, how will they be replaced? So when you're speaking and suggesting an innovation, and we can start with the lady with yellow, when you're suggesting and speaking of innovation, please communicate to us also the manpower that has been deployed to answer that. Where will they go and what will happen with them?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Good morning, everyone. I'm Cynthia Wangoi. As I said yesterday, a finalist from JKUAT University, BBIT course, awaiting my graduation. So, on my side, one ministry that I would recommend they use innovation is wildlife and tourism. In this case, in poaching, like, there are those people who are very good in poaching. Let me not say Kenyans, because not only Kenyans that do poaching. So there might be an innovation that can assist to curb such activities like poaching, because to be sincere, wildlife is one of the sector that attracts tourism and we get revenue and everything and the likes. So you find that curbing poaching and such things in the wildlife sector, it has been a very, very huge task that it has been a very difficult, let me use the term difficult. So like if we can get somebody maybe or a team to on my side, I would recommend maybe, I wouldn't say robots, because when you use robots in that sector, actually, it's not even workable. So on my side, I don't know whether we can use an application of which it needs a lot to be implemented, because maybe you'll have to train people, I don't know, to educate, so that you create that awareness. But I was thinking of something of the sort in the wildlife sector, yeah.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Steven. I was here yesterday too. So I think the ministry that should embrace technology, it's the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. At the moment, the rate at which AI is developing, we see that someone's voice can be cloned, your face, and this can be used to commit crime out here. So the Ministry of Interior should focus on developing AI and AI detectors. Yeah, in case something happens, like me, someone does a content somewhere that is malicious and can be used against me by the government. So it will take a while before I admit that I am innocent. Else, I might also end up being locked for something that I didn't commit because someone out there. So it's a necessity to put my name out there in the wrong way and yeah. Thank you.
My name is Sharon Kungo. I'm a marriage and family therapist in training. And I feel the ministry that needs technology and innovation the most is the Ministry of Health. We can look into coming up with, I know there are call centers at the moment that are helping people in terms of counseling services, but how can we expand this? How can we get this on a larger scale? And how can we create applications that offer people assessment tests on mental health awareness, so that we can help people be more aware of their mental health and also help them and direct them to places where they can get help from, in terms of getting them to get help in a cheaper, more affordable way. Because I know one of the things that most people do not want to do is get help because they're afraid of the stigmatization that comes with visiting therapists, as well as the cost implications that do come with it. Thank you.
Does anyone know of an app that offers that service? Whereby you don't need to interact with anyone. I think I heard of something like this internationally, not locally. You have, sir? Yes, maybe a microphone. So an app that you don't need to interact with somebody, but you can get mental advice? Great, let's hear. I knew there's somebody doing something.
My name is Peter Mhendo. I'm a director at Konza Technopolis. We have created an app for Kericho County called Mtiba. It is called Mtiba. It allows you to interact with the medical experts without really having to go to hospital. Yes, you can. You get to get all the services that are offered by Kericho County, including counseling and all those things. So you get there, you register yourself, you indicate the kind of service you need, and the app is running on artificial intelligence, so it automatically connects you to the right consultant.
So for me, I will say the Ministry of Finance. One, it's because currently we have Bitcoin and all those cryptocurrency, and it's all about mining. Why can't we just have where also the government itself also mines for these cryptocurrencies instead of going for loans and all that stuff? Yet people can mine and get money for free. All you just need is either a laptop, a computer, or even a phone. It doesn't take a lot of energy or things. So imagine if the Ministry of Finance could adapt to that, how much money as Kenyans can we generate?
You're not clapping for him there. So there's a beautiful lady called Sheila there. She's actually the founder of a conference that recently concluded. It was called Kenya Crypto Blockchain Currency. Maybe Sheila, you can wave so that they can see you. So they're the ones who will be handling, it's under Chasing Maverick, so the ones who would be handling the blockchain conversation. So all your tough questions, and in reference to the blockchain conversation, go ask Sheila. Nyawira has told me to come and ask you. She will answer them. All right? Please clap for yourselves, guys. You have been such an engaging audience. And I think I would like to step down. However, allow me to just reiterate this again. Welcome to the Nairobi Innovation Tech Week. It's a 3-day conference, started yesterday, concluding tomorrow. And our tagline for this conference is crafting a tech-driven future of boundless opportunities. We aim to do 3 things: discover, connect, and create a community. Allow me to recognize some of the beautiful sponsors that have been able to make this conversation happen. So we have Moja EV, FinChurch, Equity Bank, Chasing Mavericks, Data Integrated, ESRI, EduTake, Velgro, Ujuzi Hub, Africa Hackon, Africa STEM Girl, and CyberGuard. Please tell your neighbor, welcome to Nairobi Innovation Week. Tell them better, like you're happy, guys. Yeah, like smile. Don't be sad about it. So we're going to start straight into a moderating session, whereby we're going to talk about SG FinTech in Kenya, some of the sessions that you should be able to expect as the conference continues is hardware and robotics, conversations about AI, what is the industry doing in reference to health and technology. Also, we're going to talk about the role of cancer and how it's being played in technology, the pathology network, and also something that I'm very, very passionate about is women in tech. So please grab your seats for those who are standing. For those who are, if you're not in a green tag or you're not in a reflector, please move this particular side. We're occupying this two particular rows. So Elizabeth, I am ready for Chief. However, I can't be able to see him. Yes. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna take a 2-minute commercial break so that I can rest my 6 bottom heels, because standing is not easy, and then I will invite our next guest. So just give me 2 minutes, all right? That's the part you can also clap for me. Again, my name is Nyawera. Welcome to Nairobi Innovation Week, whereby we are discovering, connecting, and generating a community, whereby we aim to craft a tech-driven future of boundless opportunity. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much for your engaging conversations with us. Voices need to be heard. Controversy must be there. However, it is what keeps us on toes. So without further ado, I will invite Chief Sunday to be able to just officially start today and invite our Deputy Governor for the event. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause.
Thank you. Let's clap for Nyawera. She's done a good job, isn't it? We have the DG in the house. Let's clap for our Deputy Governor, please. And we have Waziri Gumo in the house. We have Chief Tyrus Njoroge in the house. Let's clap for Director Peter Mhendo from Konza Metropolis. Then I think Munyi Ndiga is supposed to be around. Is he somewhere? He'll be joining us shortly. Bwana DG, karibu. Thank you very much for finding time yesterday to be with us, and again today. We know you have a very busy schedule, and we don't want to bog you down because we know una kazi nyingi ya wananchi ya kufanya. But finding time to be with us today is a great pleasure. In this room today, we have the FinTech team, or track, and then we have the AI. Can I see the FinTech team, please? Show of hands. Ni wachache. Oh, can I see the AI team, please? Oh, majority of you are AI. So we are here, like I told you, DG, for three days, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Tomorrow we conclude. Today, we have very able team of trainers and facilitators who are here to share with us in this area. But who am I to talk about you in this area? Because you are the guru in fintechs, and you've worked in this area. You've taught in Nairobi University in the area of technology, and right now that is what you've done basically most of your life. So without further ado, I want to invite my colleague, Tyrus, to just say hello, and then you will invite our Waziri, who will invite the DG. Tyrus is now the chief in charge of ICT infrastructure in the Nairobi County, and also he's actually acting in ICT, but he's the substantive revenue collector. Huyu ndio Zakayo.
Good morning. Please note, I'm also Gen Z, so hakuna kuanguka nayo hapa. Your Excellency, sir, Waziri, colleague chief officer, director, all protocol observed, good morning. Welcome again to this event. We are very excited. This is the second year of Innovate Nairobi, and we are happy that we are in UON, and we hope that we are going to make an impact in this city concerning matters technology and innovation. And we are very happy to see innovative minds in this place. I've been given a very humble duty to welcome my Waziri, so I'll do that, and we are going to interact more as time goes by. So clap for Waziri as he comes.
Thank you, Zakayo, Gen Z. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency Deputy Governor, my colleagues, Director. As you've heard, my name is Mike Gumo. I am the Waziri in charge of Innovation and Digital Economy in Nairobi City County. For those who were here yesterday, I'm sure we interacted with some of you. I made a brilliant speech, of course. So, but today, looking at our time, and I'm sure His Excellency has quite of a tight schedule, I won't take too much time on stage. I'll just do my humble duty to please let's be upstanding as we invite His Excellency the Deputy Governor so he can give us his keynote address. Makofi yakija kwenye jukwaa.
We may be seated. Good morning, everybody. Unlike Waziri, I didn't make a brilliant speech yesterday, though I was here. But today is our day to interact with the teams that are here. And for the Innovate Nairobi Week, it's really an important forum that we as the county government of Nairobi create for you, innovators, for you in the tech space, to find opportunity for solutions that can make a difference in your lives and in the lives of the residents of Nairobi and this country. And I've just come from a meeting that we had with His Excellency the Governor and a group called Millennium Challenge Corporation that are going to be making investments in Nairobi in the improvement of infrastructure initially, but later we'll make investment in other fields that we point out, in the improvement of services, in the improvement of infrastructure, in the improvement of the quality of health and education and markets and all the infrastructure that we have in the city. Because, as you know, the development of infrastructure in the city, in every space, has lagged behind the growth of population. So when you think about roads, when you think about markets, when you think about the health infrastructure, when you think about schools, when you think about even things like garbage collection, remember yesterday the challenge you had from His Excellency the Governor about can you come up with innovative ideas to be able to deal with those problems. When you think about water, we have need for improvement in those spaces. And we are not going to improve in those areas by just lighting a bigger candle, by just lighting more candles. We need to make the step change, like the change from a candle to a light bulb. That's different. And that's what you need to think about. When you think about innovation, don't think about more of the same. Think about how can you move from one technology, one concept to the next. So this is our challenge to the people of Nairobi, to the people of this county, to the people of, who have invested their time and have the interest and have the need and the urge to develop capacity to drive change, irreversible change in society forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, in an era defined by technological growth, technological innovation is shaping the future of this and the next generation, and cannot be overstated. As Nairobi City County celebrates the second anniversary of Innovate Nairobi Tech Week, it has been a journey of transformation, integration, and crafting of policies and initiatives towards leveraging on transformative opportunities, leaving no one behind. Innovate Nairobi Tech Week is an annual event organized by Nairobi City County's Innovation and Digital Economy sector in the digital economy and startups subsector. And I want to commend that team for an excellent job that they've done last year and this year, and they continue to do. The inaugural Tech Week was held in August 2023, and over 1,500 delegates participated. This year has seen a rise in participation, with over 2,500 delegates participation across 12 different tracks. The event, dubbed Innovation for All, Crafting a Tech-Driven Future of Boundless Opportunity, speaks boldly into the mandate of the initiative. It also seeks to achieve the vision of His Excellency Governor Sakaja of increasing digital literacy among Nairobians. And I know Nairobians are already very literate in this space, but I know they can do more. And you can tell how literate Nairobians are by the sort of challenges they pick up when Kenya is treated badly, especially out there. You recall what happened with the recent games in Paris. The Kenyans on social media were able to actually cause a change in decision. And you think of the visit of the president to the US, the Kenyans were able to make, is it called Terra Perry or somebody, to respond to us and tell us why he did not go and see the president, to receive the president at his studios. That's the power of the use of technology in this country that we have. Tracks registered include AI, medtech, edtech, kids robotics, fintech, women in technology, hackathons, and startup competitions, among others. The 3 days will experience a convergence of tech gurus with an agenda to develop ideas, share innovation, and participate together in finding tech solutions for the ever-growing needs in our society, particularly in the tech industry. In line with Nairobi County's Integrated Development Plan, CIDP 2023 to 2027, Innovate Nairobi Tech Week's objective is to build tech talent, to enhance startups and strengthen the ecosystem. I wish to offer accolades to the organizers for picking the University of Nairobi as the venue for this year's feat, as the institution prides to be in an institution of innovation, but also an ideal venue that allows a wider reach with the student population in mind. And I don't know whether the student population is represented today. Yesterday we had the president and a number of enthusiastic supporters, but I'm sure they did their part. I'm proud to say that besides bringing together innovation stakeholders, this platform positions Nairobi City at a vantage position, both locally and globally, being an ICT hub in the region and with a vibrant tech ecosystem. It is likely that this will propel startup linkage to global smart cities, partnerships, opportunities for international startups, and career opportunities and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, the year 2024 has seen Nairobi City County record the highest revenue collection ever. This is attributed to the fact that a majority of Nairobi City County services are now accessible online, and wish to acknowledge our ICT department, people like Chief Tyrus, for very, very, very significantly contributing to that effort. We are also in the process of establishing incubation hubs across the 17 sub-counties, with an aim to bring resources closer to the people, particularly our youth. The digital economy and startup subsector and the innovation and digital economy sector have been hosting monthly hackathons in conjunction with like-minded partners, namely Liquid Intelligent Technologies and Africa's Talking Limited, with an aim to develop tech solutions for various tech problems. Recently, the subsector conducted 3 hackathons at the University of Nairobi, focusing on smart city security reporting and response solutions, water and sewerage management solutions, and tourism and culture solutions. Today, we are proud to host many delegates, speakers, partners, startups who have gathered locally and from across the globe to promote entrepreneurship and the innovation ecosystem, drive technological advancement, enhance global competitiveness, and stimulate economic growth. On the same breath, we have assigned space for hackathon coding and startup challenges, exhibition and demonstrations, network events, thematic track panel discussions, investor pitch sessions, and awards. This will act as a catalyst towards the realization of one of the sector's key mandate, which is to link investors and innovators to address the problem of job creation in the county. As the City County Government of Nairobi, One of our key concerns has and will always be our people, who are also our greatest resource. His Excellency Governor Sakaja and I made a commitment to ensure that the well-being of our people is given first priority. I am impressed by the kind of innovation being showcased here today, and mine is to cheer on our people and assure them that Nairobi City County will lead from the front in advancing human capital in the technology, in the tech industry, and any other related area of need. We'll strive to continue building networks and strengthen institutions to foster speed in innovation and creativity for tangible outcomes and benefits for the common good of our people. While we continue to operate on an open door policy, we stress the need for feedback, as this will inform the decisions we make going forward. Some of the successes we see today and improvements from the last Innovate Nairobi Tech Week held last year are as a result of your feedback, and it is appreciated. It is also imperative to underscore that one of the reasons that Innovate Nairobi Tech Week stands out is that it is community-driven, bringing together people to learn with and from each other. As I conclude, I cannot overemphasize the importance of organizing such kind of events that are people-driven to foster growth and create a friendly atmosphere in the city. Innovate Nairobi Tech Week has secured a space in Nairobi County's calendar of events as an annual event, and we welcome participants to look forward to an even bigger Innovate Nairobi Tech Week. Allow me to thank Nairobi City County's Innovation and Digital Economy team, led by the County Executive Committee member, Honorable Mike Gumo, and the County Chief Officer for Digital Economy and Startups, Mr. Sandy Oyolo, all our partners, and for making Innovate Nairobi Week 2024 a success. I thank all the delegates, the speakers, the innovators, the entrepreneurs, and everyone present for finding time and being part of this engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bwana Deputy. So I'll just ask you to stay there for just 2 minutes because the audience had some questions. So my ushers, if you could just pass the microphone. I have room for 3 questions, if that's okay with you. So yes, please feel free to raise some of the questions that you may require. Who do we start with? From what corner? Yes. Who has a microphone? I can't see. Behind? Okay, great. So we can start with you, then we can go to the gentleman with the red jacket, and then we could finish with one more person.
Good morning. My name is Peter Kariuki. I'm an urban planner and regional planner. Mine is to thank you, the county government, for organizing this event. And I would like to request the Deputy Governor to help us understand our role as enablers in the growth and creating a path towards having a smart city in Nairobi. Thank you.
Maybe I should just answer that one, and then we can move on. You raised an important point, and this is around the concept of planning, and I will not stand in front of you and say that we have done the best, and when I say we, I mean collectively ever since the city was started. We have challenges around land use. We have challenges around how we organize some of our living spaces, the estates, the roads, and all that, because we have a huge development. And actually, ties with what I have just said earlier, the work that we are doing with the Millennium Challenge Corporation about organizing land use spaces. The space that we are going to start working with is around Dandora and all that. And the big challenge that we've had is because our growth as a city, since it was formed in the 1900s, our growth as a city in terms of population and population facilities requirements, the facilities have lagged the growth of population. So when you look at our city, we have had a lot of need for markets, because the people have increased, but we have not built as many markets and in good time as we have done, we should have done. And therefore, what has been the net impact? The net impact is our people have spilled over onto the streets for their trading because there is demand, there is need for that. If you look at transport, we have not developed our infrastructure as fast as we could have done. The city the size of Nairobi by now should have a tram system, should have a subsystem probably, should have an effective train system that takes out these huge numbers of small size matatus that congest our streets. When you look at health facilities, for example, we still need to create more. So the urban planning process needs to get better. And to do that, we need to use technology. We need to get technology as part of what we've been doing. If you go to City Hall, the legacy of City Hall planning department is bulks of files, in the corner and everywhere, and people use have been using manual methods to actually manage planning. So where you as people in technology and in the planning space can come through is to be able to create technology-based solutions that help with the overall spatial planning for the city. This would involve things like GIS. We talked about GIS yesterday, and I think that is a key part of what we need to do so that we can map population centers, and once we map population centers, then you can see what facilities do you need to provide. Because if you map a population center, then you'll determine, do you need a school, do you need a market, do you need, a church, or a play field, or things like that. And that is the value that planners can bring to the city in this. And the scope is huge. The scope is huge. There's a huge amount, as I've said earlier, that we need to engage with. So there's plenty that can be done in that space. I don't know if I've answered your question.
All right, so we'll go to the gentleman there at the far left. We have specs, yes. Do you have a microphone? All right, the third person, so that the guys have a microphone. Then we'll come to this gentleman here with the specs as well. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Kahiga. Thank you, Bwana Deputy Governor. My question to you is on the Nairobi County portal. It's a bit outdated, and every time you have to check your property rates, I usually call and I get the actual rate. So I think it beats the purpose of having the portal there if you have to manually call the contact center to check. So I don't know what you and the team is doing about that. That's one. Two, I think in terms of efficiency, the operations there can be improved a little. So for example, during the time there was Maandamano and the front side of City Hall was burnt, I think the side where reconciliation is, you'll call contact center for a query and they'll tell you go to room 19. Room 19 is it's not annex, the real City Hall. So when you go there, room 19, you're told the office was burnt, come another time. So you wonder what was the purpose of calling, yet you've come from so far. So my two questions in terms of operational efficiency, what are you doing about that? And in terms of the portal, what are you doing about that? Because if you go to the portal and the first tab that will open when you log in, it will show you unpaid bills. Those numbers are very scary if you check. Thank you.
Thank you, Kahiga. I think you make very good observations. But I thought you would commend us and say that we have already put in a system. Now we need to make it work better. Because that's what we have done. We have put in a system. We have put in what we call a unified business permit, and Tyrus here is very instrumental in that process. So maybe after this you can look for him and you have a conversation. He might just have something for you to do. But I hear you. When you have a system, the system should be reliable, should be available, and should be consistent. So I should be able to work from my office, my car, my house, or maybe on holiday. Because if I want to pay my rates, I don't need to actually physically come into the City Hall. Now, we appreciate that and we understand that. But I want to refer you to what I said earlier about the legacy of the county, how we have been ever since the city started, and a lot of these records have been manual. These properties were determined then, the records were kept, and I should admit we have not completed the process of digitizing all these records. So in some cases, you can find your record on the system. In other cases, you may not find it, and we have to then upload it and update our system. And that is a process that is ongoing. In terms of operational efficiency, when you change from a system to another, when you change from a manual system to an automated system, there is one thing that is very important that needs to be carried out, and that takes time. That is what is called the change management process, that is changing our people to appreciate the new methods of working. And that's what we've been doing. We've invested in that. We've invested in training our people. And there's a team. If you go to City Hall, you know City Hall Annex, right? We have a huge customer care center that we have created in this government, right? Where our people now get served, where you're able to come and access your records, you're able to get served. We want that ability to move out to the sub-counties, the 17 sub-counties that we have, and ultimately to your phone or your home computer or your office computer, wherever it is. That is our journey. We're actually on that journey, and we are working on that, and we're working to make sure that we deliver that service seamlessly, so that you do not have to be told that room 19 burnt down, because there's nothing to be referred from there, because everything is on the cloud, everything is on the systems, and everything is accessible and available. That is a journey. It's something that we are going on, and I believe for those who have interacted with us over the last 2 years, you have seen significant change, you have seen improvement. We are not there, but we are working to get there. Okay, Kahiga? Good.
So I think we'll take one last question. You can use my mic.
So good morning, everyone. So thank you so much for having the Deputy Governor here. I think when I heard earlier that he was coming, I could not believe it. But yeah, one of the things I noticed when I was registering for this event was, when I was registering, I was very impressed that the Innovation Week and the whole program was being done by the county government, and I thought that was something really impressive, because these are not things that we think of county governments as typically doing. But with that being said, I think in Kenya and generally across Africa, Nairobi County probably has one of the highest concentration of talent and even capital. And my question here is, how much of that are we directing to research? There's a lot of research, there's a lot of potential we'd have in the way of research that we could leverage in developing our city. A lot of the problems that we are talking about, whether it's in garbage collection, urban planning, a lot of that is now problems that other institutions and other cities are moving to solve with AI. And like a lot of people have been saying in the previous session, AI is really data-driven. And a lot of that needs a lot of research focus for us to be able to build those solutions. So I guess my question is really around, what is the direction of the county in terms of building capacity for research, developing research institutions, and funding research in all areas, and especially in technology?
Thank you very much. You didn't identify yourself.
Oh, my name is Brian, and currently I'm a master's student and an AI researcher in Kigali. And I guess a lot of what I'm asking is actually premised on what I've seen happening there in terms of research. And part of the work we are actually doing is with the urban transport, and a lot of that is in partnership with organizations there, and they partner with institutions of higher learning in doing research around this. So.
Thank you, Brian. First thing is, I will surprise you even more. I was here yesterday, and the governor himself was here as well. So me coming today is ordinary event. But having said that, we are very committed to this innovation, and we are very committed to ensuring that we tap the best that we have in the market to be able to make a difference in the operations and the service delivery that we offer in the county. Now, we have a research department in the county, and it may not be sort of the kind of research department probably you're thinking about that is technology focused. Ours is a bit, for lack of a better word, a little still analog, collects data and information, analyzes that sort of manually and all that. But we are not averse to partnerships, and this is what we are encouraging across. And in fact, our IDE, Information and Digital Economy sector, is mandated to look at these particular opportunities. We are looking at smart cities, yeah, and we have a smart Nairobi sector, right? That is, or subsector that specifically is supposed to focus on how can we take advantage of current technologies, available technologies, maybe innovative technologies that we can use to ease how we deliver service in the city. What we encourage our innovators who are in here today is to reach out to us and look for opportunities where we can partner and be able to drive these things forward. We want to transform. We want to reorganize. We want to simplify the processes and the business activities that we carry out in the county to help our residents get better service, get better satisfaction, and be able to, in as much as possible, carry out self-service when they are looking for services from the county. As you know, self-service is probably the highest form of satisfaction when you're dealing with service delivery. You don't have to go to somebody to serve you. If you can serve yourself from where you are, how you are, when you want, how you want, then that is the best form of service delivery. And that is what we are targeting to be able to deliver to our residents. So feel free to contact our team, and they're here, to be able to see what are the areas that you can collaborate. I don't know why you have gone all the way to Kigali to do research. You probably would be doing research in the University of Nairobi with us, but I guess that's where the opportunity is. But let's look to working together. But it's very important that we keep innovating, we keep thinking of new things, we keep thinking of better things to do to help in our service delivery journey.
All right, let's give a round of applause to our deputy. Thank you so much. Let's be at our feet as we escort him. Thank you very, very much for availing yourself. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yeah. All right, let's give him one last round of applause. Okay, because I need to pay some bills, and it is important, allow me to mention some of our lovely partners that have been able to make this a success. So we have Moja EV, who are responsible of the electric vehicles. Be sure to pay a visit to their tent and experiment and interact rather with the next gateway of how technology is being involved in vehicles. We have Finchurch Aid, we have Equity Bank, then we have Chasing Mavericks. Just to mention, they will be having a track from 2 to 4. So all the blockchain conversations that you're definitely looking to have, please make sure that you attend. We also have Data Integrated, SRE East Africa, EduTech, we also have Vilgro, Ujuzi Hub, Africa Hackon. Just for those who do not know, we are going to have an award ceremony tomorrow for a hackathon that is going to be happening. Then we also have Africa STEM Girl and CyberGuard. You're currently at Nairobi Innovation Week, whereby our tagline is to discover, connect, and create a community. Basically, we aim to craft a tech-driven future of boundless and limitless opportunity. So I know the AI conversation is being eagerly awaited for, and I would basically just want to give an opportunity to 3 gentlemen who would be able to say a few words on the fintech category. Then we can be able to have the AI conversation. So the AI track will basically be held from here. However, before that, I will invite 3 fintech expert gurus, just one by one, to give us a 5-minute conversation of what is happening on that industry and pointers that we feel are essential. So first, help me welcome the Secretary General of FinTech of Kenya, Mr. Munyi Nthiga. Mpigeni makofi jamani.
So, morning everyone, and all protocols observed. I noticed that the DG has left for good reason. I believe he's got some engagements. So I won't take too much of your time. Initially, we were meant to have, I don't know if this is working. Okay. Sorry. Okay, thank you. It's a user problem, yeah? All right, so like you mentioned, my name is Munyi Ndega. Today I wear the hat of the Secretary General of the Association of Fintechs in Kenya. This is the association of all fintechs in the country. And as well, at the Association of Fintechs in Kenya, we are affiliated to what we call the Africa Fintech Network, which is a network of 40 national associations of fintechs across Africa. So we are a big family. So as I stand here, not only do I represent the fintechs that operate in Kenya, but as well the fintechs that operate across Africa. So if you think of all the big fintechs out of South Africa, Tanzania, Nigeria, Ghana, Morocco, and the rest, we are all a big family under AFN. So my conversation today is just to focus on what really we should be looking, how we should be looking at, fintech as it were. And when I think about it, when we, started this, what you'd call the digital financial services journey many years ago, the early 2000s, initially, we started with things like, SMS banking. I'm not sure many in this room would be familiar with that. And it was a very easy string of SMS. You send an SMS to a code, gets back to you with your bank balance and all that. Then quickly moved into USSD, which I'm all sure we're all familiar with. And then very quickly now we are into mobile apps and all that. We get into WhatsApp bots and all those things. But my point there is the fact that the fintech bit started mostly with financial services. So looking at how you can innovate around processes in banking, in insurance, in SACCOs and all that. So there was a lot of concentration on financial services until it got to a place where, fintech was synonymous with financial services. But when you take a step back and ask yourself, what really is fintech and how can we apply it on our day-to-day basis? And it's just a simple combination of two words, finance and technology. And if then that is true, then it means that finance happens in every sector. It happens in health, happens in agriculture, happens in education, happens in retail, happens in manufacturing. And also tech is applicable in all this. So when you look at it that way, then it then means that, fintech sits at the center of all sectors of our economy. And therefore then, the focus on fintech on financial services in banking, in insurance, and SACCOs and all that, then becomes quite a very small aspect of what financial technology can really do for us. But then when we look at it as sort of sitting in the middle of all sectors and as an enabler in creating efficiencies around what we do as a people, then you start seeing interesting things emerging. Like I've heard somebody talk about edtech. We've heard about insurtech. I am in agritech myself by choice, having done a lot of financial services, payments, lending, and all that, then now moved into agritech. So all this, right now, there's regtech. I don't know if there are any lawyers in the house. There's regtech, smart contracting and all those things. And therefore, then, when you start looking at it that way, then you see there's an opportunity for us to leverage financial technology in all, sectors of our economy. And then when you look at it, and I'm 100% sure, being at the UN main campus, they've got a lot of students of economics in this room. Are there? Anybody studying economics here? Wow, quite a disappointment, yeah? Yeah, that's what I did here more than 20 years ago, and it's really helped me in terms of how I interpret technology and how I interpret creating solutions. And when we were here with the governor yesterday, we said, can we look at how not technology as the tech itself, but the challenges that we're trying to solve for. And if it's the challenges that we are trying to solve for, then these challenges exist in very specific sectors. So if you go into healthcare, for example, what it is that you're trying to solve in the healthcare space, there are issues around fraud claims in insurance. You want to solve for that. There are issues around health records management. You want to solve for that because today, think about it. I was brought up in NAIROBI, and so naturally I would go to the dispensary or the hospital that is closest to me. But as I grew up, I went to high school in Embu County, and then I came back to University of Nairobi, and then I've been traveling all over. So what does that mean if my records are seated in one place? Does it mean that if I go to a different location, the doctor that is attending to me cannot access the same records so that they can talk about my medical history and therefore be able to treat me better. So this is what we're calling democratization of health records. How then can you, apply tech to solve some of these challenges? Yesterday, somebody talked about, self-checkout in the retail, in retail supermarkets, for example. Can I scan a barcode and just check out as I move, so I don't need to speak to an individual? And I think the only bit they missed is just to mention that once the cart is full and I owe them, let's say 3,500 bob, can they just auto-debit my account? And we ask ourselves today, everybody here has got an M-Pesa wallet. Why do you need to type all those numbers and digits for you to pay for something? Can't we just detect intelligently and it just debits off your M-Pesa wallet? So this are the things. And the reason why, going back to the conversation about economics, and I believe you being students and most of you, and I'm really happy to see when I walk around, there are a lot of libraries around. I can see a lot of labs, computer labs and all that. When my day next to that amphitheater next to the library, there used to be only one computer lab. It had 30 computers only, so you used to queue. So 30 students go in, spend 1 hour, get out. Then us guys go in, spend 1 hour, get out. And the computers didn't really have much. It only had MS Office. That's all we were doing. And then, of course, doing a little bit of Google and all that. But I'm happy that right now, these resources are there, and therefore, if you do your research and, for example, you go to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, it's got all this data about the contribution of different sectors into the economy. And they've gone further ahead to tell you about how the penetration of digital financial services is on each of these sectors. And when you look at that data, it still tells you we're still scratching the surface. As much as we've been successful in M-Pesa, we're still scratching the surface. So how can we leverage all this that we are learning today to make sure that we drive, for example, penetration of digital financial services in agriculture from what it is, 5% to 10%. How can we grow insurance from 2.5 to 10%? So really for me is just to paint that picture of how fintech sits at the core of everything that we do, and not only in financial services, but across all sectors of our economy. So I'll stop there in the interest of time, but you can always reach me on my LinkedIn. I'm still Munyintega on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on Twitter, everywhere. That's my real name. It's the same one. You'll find it everywhere. Please reach out if you need to consult, talk, or just say hi. Thank you, guys.
Let's give him a round of applause, guys. Thank you so much. So the next gentleman that I'm going to introduce is the Chief County Revenue Police Officer at Konza, which is Mr. Peter Mushesha. I hope I have pronounced your name correctly. Please give him a round of applause as he comes to the stage. Thank you very much.
Good morning. You can at least smile, shout a little bit. Good morning. My name is Peter Mhendo. I'm a director at Konza Technopolis Development Authority. I'm also the chairman of Business Development, Innovation and Investor Facilitation Committee. Also people, when they hear Konza, they think white elephant. How many have visited Konza here? How many? Just raise your hand well to see. Well, Konza was established through a legal notice by the government of His Excellency Emilio Mwai Kibaki under the leadership of the then PS Information Bitange Demo. And the purpose of establishing Konza Technopolis, it was to build Kenya's first technological city. His Excellency the President in 2008 went and launched the project at Konza. Konza is based 76 kilometers from the city center. It is past the Machakos Junction just before you get to Mariri Center. And it is 5,000 acres big. It was supposed to have been completed at least 10 years before 2030. The first government did its bit, And then came in the government of His Excellency, the fourth President of the Republic. And there was some stagnation. And we have key successes that we actually got. And I'm happy that I can see my friend from Huawei is here. We have been able to construct one of the only Tier 3 data center in Konza. I think both in design and construction, if I'm not mistaken. We have also been able to actually do the horizontal development. And with the help of a company like Huawei, we have introduced AI technology to be the primary source of everything we do in Konza. And I'll tell you, in 2020, the AI and fintech had contributed to around 1.5 trillion US dollars in the quickly growing sources of revenue in the world. And last year, our department at the United Nations says that technology has increased revenue generation from 1.5 trillion US dollars to 9.5 trillion US dollars in under 2 years, just by embracing the emerging technology. And that tells you, if any government is serious in making revenue, Buana Taylors, I have the honor of knowing Chief Taylors when he was just a boy who was reading Brigade in a PCA church. So I know him for a long time. If Nairobi County is going to make money, and it is going, because as much as the county of Nairobi is the biggest revenue collector in the country, if you take revenue and the responsibilities of Nairobi County on the other hand, you still have a very long way to go to meet the needs of the people and the city of Nairobi. And therefore, you need to invest in the emerging tech and these young men and young people you see. I have done a recommendation to, we have what we call SCAC, who is in charge of the government parastatals. And one of the requirements, we have now in Konza updated our smart cities and ICT department into a tier 2. But you realize that if Konza, Tyrus wants to become the director of the smart cities and ICT in Konza, SCAC, which is in charge of state corporations, requires him to have a 15 years experience. My submission is that at 29-30, anybody who is a mind in technology has already almost spent his 50% ability of innovation. So when you hire someone in Nairobi County or in the national government at 30 to come and bring development technology, he will probably give you a repeat or an advance of something that is already innovated. And therefore, one of the challenges I would challenge Nairobi County is that if you want the fintech, if you want AI to be part and parcel of making Nairobi County great, you need to tap into these young men when they are in their 20s, when they are in their 21. Because let's face it, you ask my friend from Huawei here, I was in their company in China, very young, technology-oriented people are managing their affairs. And therefore, because I am not a command in the ICT and that sector, but I chair a board committee that drives that agenda in Konza. I'll challenge Nairobi County, if you want to get the best, if you want to advance this county, please use the minds of these young men and women that are here. Because if you elevate a government department into a tier 2 or tier 1, you are saying that any senior management position in the ICT, we are paying them a salary heading to ₦1 million. But you are paying somebody a salary heading to ₦1 million at my age, which is 40, with an already spent, the bigger part of his technological ability is already spent by companies like Safaricom, by companies like Huawei. By the time they get to your government, by the time to get to that position, they are already giving you what is called stale technology. And that is why government still up to date is remaining backward in terms of technology and application of technology. If you want government to leverage the ability and the meticulous minds these young people have, you need to engage them at their early stages. You need to make them partners. In Konza, we have onboarded 17, he'll tell you from where we have onboarded 17 innovators and helped them to incubate their ideas, and they are now businesses that are functioning in fintech, in AI, because we believe that the only way to develop Konza, it is to partner with these people, not to employ them, because that's the mistake, the biggest mistake we are making in the ICT sector. In the ICT sector, if you want to thrive Sunday, make them your partners. Don't employ them. You want them to come and develop an app that is getting you 17 billion a year, and you want to pay them ₦1 million. It is not going to work. Make them partners. Let them have a piece of the pie. And if you give them a piece of the pie, I promise you, you will get a bigger pie. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my last guest before we get onto the AI track, because I know that's what everybody is waiting and excited about. Ladies and gentlemen, as we've had his story from his young age, please give a round of applause to Mr. Tyrus Njoroge.
Good afternoon. You know, it's so unfortunate that we are saying before we go to what everyone is waiting for, let's just get away with this guy. You mean all of you are waiting for AI? You don't want to listen to me? I'm standing between you and food. Thank you very much. As you have heard, my name is Tyrus Njoroge. Everyone is describing me in their own ways. It is so bad having been from the same village with Director Mhendo, because now he's ako hapa tu ananichomea. Anyway, mine is to maybe speak a bit about fintech and the county government and the aspect of revenue mobilization, and also touch a bit on AI. So the journey for Nairobi City County and the country at large has been largely similar in terms of the use of fintechs. One of the first systems that was used to manage revenue done in the early 2000s. Was everyone here born in the early 2000s? Called Lifeforms, which was managing the local government financials. And then from there, that is when Kenya and Nairobi at large actually got now into the actual business of working with fintechs to collect their revenues and to also provide services to citizens. You know eCitizen, isn't it? So the journey of eCitizen is a fintech that decided to dare. And I agree with Director Mhendo when he says, by the time you're 40, you'll most likely have spent all your efforts in tech. The guys who started the e-citizen project, by the time they were starting these projects, I think almost all of them were below 30 years old. And because I know one of the main guys there was celebrating his 40th birthday, I think around 2 or 3 months ago. And they had started this in 2014, 10 years ago, meaning he was 30, isn't it? Yeah, so, and you can see the good job that eCitizen has done, that you can actually literally be stopped by a cop when you're driving and you don't have your driving license. Sorry, yeah, you have not updated your driving license. And on the spot before he walks to you, you can have paid for that and actually just present it to him, isn't it? That is... Someone is saying speaking from experience. But I know some of you have done this. I have done that once, by the way. So that is why I know the importance of this. Some of the services, the fact that you can get online and see most of these services and be able to pay for them from the comfort of your house is something that is quite encouraging. In Nairobi, around the same 2014, that is when the first the first online payment systems also started. That was a GGPay, where you could just make payment and receive your permit and everything else when you're seated from the comfort of your house. Right now, we have the revenue system that someone talked about, Nairobi Pay. One thing about Nairobi Pay, and we are actually, I believe, among the first to be able to do this. We have integrated the system with almost every other source of truth. When it comes to your registration, when you're registering, once you put in your ID number within the system, it will populate everything else for you because it is integrated with IPRS. Then the moment we are talking about lands, the source of truth for lands data is the Ministry of Lands. So we have an integration with ADISASA to ensure that whatever you're doing there is, there's just one government speaking, and there's no fragmentation of, you know, you paid for land, but you go to ADISASA, it belongs to someone else, and all that and all that. We have integrated with banks, with M-Pesa, whereby you can be able to make a real-time payment. So we have all those integrations. And what we're encouraging, actually also when you're making payment, when you have a vehicle, and you're making payment for parking, you only need to key in your vehicle number plate. And because it is integrated to NTSA, it actually will bring out the charges based on the model of the vehicle that is registered within NTSA. What we're encouraging, and one thing I have tried to attend some of these hackathons, is we are still encouraging more and more innovation around our system. And we encourage everyone who has any processes that we can improve, and you have ideas on how we can work around that. We are very receptive, and we are very willing to be able to interact. Fintechs and technology at large, one thing they help is that this city has, during the day, over 5 million people, and around 2 million sleep here. There are over 500,000 businesses. There are over 50,000 vehicles that come in and out of the city every other day. We have quite a large number of matatus in the public transport. So the aspect of enforcement around all this is only going to be made a reality by using technology. The aspect of even enforcement around the traffic mess that we have in this city is only going to be made real using technology. We are no longer even in that age whereby you have to employ a large number of people in the city. It is about this innovation and how we can enhance technology to be able to serve the citizens better. And when I have come to any of you who have attended hackathons, I've tried to attend a few of them just to get in there and see the technologies we have. I know you are all waiting for AI session, and I'm also very keen on the aspect around AI how do we use AI to improve aspects around monitoring our parking, making our askaris smart, so that our askaris will only be able to respond to incidences by virtue of whatever is on their phone and all that. So we are so much encouraging to these young innovators. Come in, we know government has its bureaucracies, but the fact that some of us are here, we are much into ensuring that we can also sit down and help to break some of these barriers within government. Because if we don't do that, we only have 10% of the solutions within government. 90% of the solutions are still out here. We cannot pretend to be know-it-alls. We have a city to run for the people, and the people have ideas on how to run the city. And this is why we have sessions such as Innovate. I'll encourage even the young guy who is doing research in Kigali. Please come and see what we can also do a research on in Nairobi. We will ensure we provide as much support as possible for these aspects. And so if you have any ideas when we're around, if I'm not around, my waziri is still going to be here to take those. Otherwise, kama hujalipa land rates ama kiosk, please see me after this. Thank you very much.
Please give him a round of applause, guys. Thank you very much. I can attest I have experienced technology road. When they catch me and they ask me, Madam, iko driver's license? And you know when you panic and you're starting to look for it, and they're like, nipe tu ID. And they read it and I'm like, oh gosh, thank God for technology. So we've come to the session that everybody's excited about, and I would just like to hear your opinions. You can shout them. What are you looking forward to hearing from the AI session? Random choruses. Random choruses. ChatGPT. Somebody else? Somebody else? This is the session we've all been waiting for, no? Yes, robots. Robots, somebody else? Conservation. Intertechnology or nanotechnology. One last person? Sorry? ChatGPT has been mentioned. How AI will... Wow, that's the part you clap. Lina, I know you were here when we were talking about John in Mandera. So this is the moment you've all been waiting for, and now we'll step down and invite our lovely panel moderator. So immediately after this session, you will just, I will come then give you the next step. But ladies and gentlemen, the lady that is going to head this powerful conversation, please give a round of applause to the communications lead of VAMBO, Madam Lina Kitala. Mpigieni makofi.
Habari zenu. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. See, the main course is here. See, all of you have been waiting for AI. All protocols observed in the room. Hayawi mwishoe. Bas. So I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to the Innovative Nairobi Tech Week AI track. Whoop, whoop. Our guiding theme today is Into the World of AI. Can Kenya take the lead? Meskia? Into the world of AI, can Kenya take? Well, I believe with Faith Kipyegon's recent show at the Paris Olympics and the Sir Eliud Kipchoge in his challenge, I believe there are pointers that Kenya can do something significant, right? I want to start with a quote by George Bernard Shaw, and he says that progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. Progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. So I'm certain that we are here because we want to realize how AI is transforming the global space and landscape, and we want to be at the forefront as a country. But that comes with accepting this change so that we are able to change something about our landscape. True that? At this juncture, I want to invite the lovely Stephanie Aita. Is Stephanie in the building? Yay. Clap for her, give her a round of applause. She's the one who's going to moderate our first panel that will highlight regulation in the space of AI. Karibu. Clap for her, encourage her. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lena. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon again. So I'm going to take the first panel discussion, and we're going to talk about AI regulation. I know we want to figure out how we want to help John. So hopefully this first conversation will, yes, will give us a direction on how John can be helped. So with that, I want to introduce my panel. I have Adam Lane. Please come to the front. He's the Deputy CEO, Government Affairs Kenya at Huawei. Let's clap for him. Thank you. We also have Ben Roberts. He's the former Chief Technology and Innovation Officer at Liquid Intelligence Technologies. He's also the chairperson of the board, Young Scientist Kenya. Let's clap for him again. And finally, in my panel, we have Mutembe Karaoke. He is the co-founder and CEO of Fastager, and he leads teams of experts and innovators who build ethical, privacy-preserving AI technologies. Let's clap for him as he comes. So I will take a seat so that we have this discussion, and we'll rope you in at the very end to also ask a few questions that you have for clarity. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's an honor and privilege to have you in this discussion, which is very crucial because when we talk about AI, we also want to talk about the regulation of AI because it's a concern that has been there. We have had talks of AI regulation. So we want to know why this is important and just look into under-regulation, over-regulation, and everything in between. So we have the best. Let me start with you, Adam. So we've had concerns about AI. So are these concerns really valid? So, the concerns driving the call to regulate AI, are these concerns valid? And if so, you give us your opinion on it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, about the microphones. It was interesting to hear that people were talking about ChatGPT. Of course, that's one aspect of AI, in a sense. There's many other aspects of AI. And of course, there's different levels of AI, in a sense. There's specific AI, there's general AI that you get from machine learning to AI. So it's a very broad area and a broad category. And, it can be used behind the scenes when you have no idea when it's being used. It can be used very explicitly in terms of editing and altering images, text, voice, and many other things. So it's a very wide issue. It's not just about a very good chatbot or a good search engine. And so I think when we think about AI, we have to understand the bigger picture. I don't think we'll talk too much about that. Maybe later, the second panel, they'll talk more about what it is. I think there are risks in AI. There's also lots of opportunities in AI, and we can talk a bit about them. I do think we emphasize the risks from regulating AI. Regulation is not always a bad thing. Regulation helps set frameworks and helps set guidelines and helps allocate responsibilities and things like that. So I know the default opinion of many people in the startup space and innovation space is to think of regulation as a bad thing. Actually, now if you look at where the big tech companies are, they're all angling for more and more regulation. Because without regulation, people are themselves deciding what is right or what is wrong. And the regulation is there to say we've agreed as a country or a government or a world or whatever the level of regulation is, what is right and what is wrong, rather than every individual deciding what is right or wrong or allowing it up to courts or public opinion to decide that, which is not really the best way of making what is right or what is wrong. The second thing I want to say briefly is you don't really regulate AI on its own. It's just a tool. It's like a screwdriver. You don't really regulate screwdrivers. You maybe regulate what you do with a screwdriver. If you're using a screwdriver to change a stove and somehow you're going to cause a massive explosion with gas, then you'd be regulating something around the health and safety around that. So this is maybe not working very well. Maybe it doesn't like me. So I think we have to, no, this is working too well. We have to understand the different aspects of AI, and you look at the regulation of those aspects. Is it the theft of data or the use of data? Is it making decisions without knowing why you've made a decision, like automated decision making? Is it around altering images, altering voices, and impersonating people? Or what is the issue that AI is being used for? And there are already existing regulations for many of these issues. Right? There are IP, intellectual property, and copyright laws already in Kenya. I think there are criminal liability laws that would cover things like impersonation. So it's not so much that you have to maybe create new laws either. It may be just looking at existing laws and maybe improving them or adapting them to meet the new environment as well. So let me stop there for the moment.
Okay, great. Great. I think this one is still not working. Yes, thank you for that. Adam, that was quite clear. So we need to have specific things that we're looking into when we talk about regulation, and there are already existing laws. So we'll explore more on that. But I want to ask Ben, what your thoughts on this are before we get to Mutembe. Do we face... what I want to ask really is that what are the consequences of either overregulation or under-regulation when we're talking about regulation of AI?
Yeah, so let's compare to the telecoms sector or the information sector, right? let's say information, right? And see what happened before, where we came from, what we had to do to get to where we are now. We came from a situation where all information was controlled by one party, by the government, right? Or even before that, by the government of another country, right? So we had in place a lot of laws and regulations to control information. There was one gateway over in Suswa, there was one telecoms company, there was one this, very limited number of media houses, very, very tight control. And that's typical in many countries. And what has happened since then is that, the space was opened up. That is to say that, deregulation happened. More companies were licensed to play in this space, opening up the space, loosening regulation, allowing more media houses, more television stations, more radio stations, more ISPs, more telcos. We have mobile money, more things coming in, allowing and opening the space. Alongside that, from the government intervention point of view, we had strategic investments by the government to spur the growth of the sector. So that was the government investing in subsea cables, the government investing in optical fiber, government investing in data centers as well. So we've seen a world where this sector is opening and thriving because it's come from a place where there was heavy regulation, but no Kenyans had access to telecommunications. There's some statistic, and I can't remember exactly what it is, but it, in Africa, I think, by somewhere in the sort of 1980s, only 1% of Africans had heard a phone ring. It's a statistic that I've heard, because it was denying people access to communications, to information. So that's opened up, and strategic investments made by government, and that's what's made a sector thrive. We're at a stage with artificial intelligence where, some companies in the world, and research institutions as well, and some of the big companies have invested billions and billions and billions of dollars into AI. So Adam works for a company that's invested more than $1 billion. Mutumbai, I know he's investing, but I know he hasn't invested $1 billion into AI. But we have to be very, very careful. What we need to do is to make sure that if we want to harness this technology as a country, that we make it suitable for investment. And that means we make it so that he can get $1 billion to invest into AI. If he can't get that sort of funding to invest, how can he ever compete with other companies who have invested billions into R&D? So, from an intervention point of view, our priority should be thinking, how do we open this up? How do we open this up for more Mutumbes and more money and funding and capital to come into this thing, so that we can catalyze the sector, catalyze the use of this technology and the R&D into this technology. Otherwise, if we just close the doors on this technology, we could set ourselves back a long time, and you'll be hearing, in 50 years' time, you'll be hearing, no African had access to AI, until 2045. We don't want to be hearing these types of things. It's not the time to jump into regulation, and certainly, I think too much of the calls for regulation are coming from other continents, influencing, African Union level. We see European Union stepping in to regulate AI quite heavily. We see the US investing, US and China investing in AI, and we see European Union talking about regulating. We need to just think, where do we want to be? Do we want to stop it, or do we want to take advantage of it? We have to make that policy decision. The government has to take that policy decision before we even start on saying where is the direction we want to go.
Okay, great insights there. So we need to leave it to be a little more open for us to harness in this technology. And I don't know if Mutembe shares the same opinion with Ben. And I want to ask you about the Kenya Robotics and Society Bill 2023 that has been done away with now. But what are some of the things that really cause controversies with that bill, so that we don't get to that point again?
First of all, I don't think it should ever even have come up, because when we looked at the draft, it was pretty much a copy-paste of, I think it was a bill about tobacco or something. So, a cotton bill. I think one of the things about Kenya is that you have people who always try to capture an industry and to do gatekeeping or to do rent seeking. And so if you looked at that bill, most of what it was talking about is, creating a committee where they'll be getting sitting allowances, and then they'll be taking fees from people. That was actually the majority of it. As opposed to, if you look at, for example, Europe, and you look at the AI Act that they came up with, the thing is, a lot of people don't notice that immediately that act was being done, on the sidelines, they were actually coming up with regulations that would actually give access to compute from government to startups there, so that they can build AI, right? So a lot of times we focus on the news from other countries about some regulation they're coming up with, but we don't look at the regulations that they've set up to actually promote their industries. And the interesting thing about Kenya is, if you go back to about 2018, when we had the first task force about blockchain and AI, we actually came up with a lot of really good recommendations on how we could actually spur that part of innovation. If you think about the AI space right now, the reality is that, AI, if you think about the mathematics that had gone into it, most of us here did mathematics in school, right? We know some part of algebra and other things, but nobody has come and started regulating how you can do 1 + 1 = 2, because that's actually what we are talking about when we start saying that we want to regulate this space to the extent that we are saying is we are like telling you that, oh, you learned math in school, but we are not going to give you access to compute so that you can apply that math to build some innovation to solve a problem that you have. We earlier had the conversation about John in Mandera, and think about it, things like telemedicine and actually getting compute to places like Mandera to help the county to do like GIS for the county planning so that he or she, either, Halima or John in Mandera can eventually get access to things. The regulations we should be thinking about are about how to spur innovation. We always think about innovation in terms of stopping. But if we even think about it, when we're talking about AI today, we're talking about ChatGPT, we're talking about Bard. ChatGPT is American, right? The company, OpenAI, is there. If you're talking about Bard by Google, DeepMind came from the UK and then moved to the US, and that's what they're building. If you're thinking about Mistral, France, everything we're talking about regulating is actually nothing that we've built. Okay. So what are we saying about that? Are we saying that we can't build anything, so we are only just regulating what's coming from outside in? What have we done to try to create regulation so that we can actually build? What have we done, for example, that KRA doesn't follow a research company all the time, in terms of like what their VAT and things like that of course they're doing on compute. What is KRA doing so that we don't ask a small startup which is doing AI to pay the same amount of tax as Safaricom, which is already an established company? So we need to shift the way we are thinking about regulation from stopping other people from coming in to how can we promote and create opportunity. If you think about Kenya, for example, if you think about Scale AI or OpenAI itself, and think about Stanford experiment where, Lele Fu, who came up with ImageNet, which was the first data set for computer vision. A lot of that data labeling happened here in Kenya. What have we done over those many years to promote more computer vision innovations to come up from Kenya? We haven't done much. So Kenya has actually had a lot of things that we've done that have contributed to the AI revolution, but we've always looked at ourselves as, those people in the supply chain who are doing the small work rather than the ones who are going to be innovating, and we need to do more like that. For example, my co-founder happened to be, walking around in Stanford a while back and met a Kenyan who's an AI engineer at NVIDIA. So that's what we are creating. We have the talent, but we are creating such restrictive frameworks that they are actually leaving Kenya and ending up working somewhere else, which is okay. It's absolutely okay. It's a flat world. Everybody can go. But why don't we do things that can attract people here? Why don't, which is really good. And even Ben and Adam, even the organizations they've been part of, part of the things about data centers. We're talking about green. How can we do more, to influence more people to come up and put more green data centers here from the geothermal potential we have so that, AI, to be honest, at the end of the day is power. And so the data centers and the access to power can be here. And then we can end up attracting talent to come back here, give them, free economic zones where they can come and build AI in Kenya. Those are some of the regulations we should be thinking about rather than this, whatever that robotics bill was supposed to be thinking about.
Okay, I think that's very great. So we need to shift our mindsets when you think of regulation from stopping to actually regulation that will spur innovation in our country, which is quite profound. And you've mentioned the EU Act, and I just want to throw it to Adam, because we know, the EU AI Act is a model, that most countries are using to come up with regulations. So when you speak of that, or when you take a look at that, then how does the stringent measures that are in that act affect our local developers and innovation in Kenya?
Yeah, I'm not the expert on the EU AI Act, but I think the key is that they're looking at the transparency and the reasons behind software doing things or making things or saying things. I think if you look in China, that's the same, and I think even in the US, they're also looking at the same kind of ideas. So it's not necessarily just the models themselves, it's how you use those models. You know, and I think, as I tried to imply in my first comment earlier, it's the use of AI that we need to maybe regulate in certain ways to reduce risk, but also create opportunities. And I think that's also what the EU is trying to understand, because they have a lot of regulations around, say, biases. You know, if you're going to do credit scoring, if you're going to be reviewing people's applications for jobs and using AI to do that, and then you want to ask, okay, why was I rejected from that job? You should be entitled to be given an answer that says you failed in A, B, C, D kind of criteria, or you weren't as good as somebody else, or whatever happens to be, not just you failed because the machine told you you failed. And at the same time, you have to be able to prove, okay, was it because of a reason that's illegal, as in because of my ethnicity or my religion or some other reason that's against the law or other countries already, right? That's my point about looking at existing legal frameworks to try to look at those issues and say, make sure you apply those laws into the use of AI as well. And I think that's how the EU takes a very strong principle on those things, around morals and values and ethics, and that's why they're trying to make sure those are retained in the aspect of AI, and AI does not cause those issues. The US doesn't have as strong a regulatory framework around those kind of things. You know, they used to, for example, be able to prioritize recruiting people from certain ethnic backgrounds. Now they can't in universities as they could do before. For example, affirmative action and things like that was in the EU is a bit different. In China, they've also looked at this issue about transparency, registering models, registering software with regulators. I'm not saying that is how it should be done here. I think the issue of the impact is more important, and enabling a framework that if you are using a health software and if it says we think you have this health problem, then it should be able to explain why you think you have that health problem and not just say you have a health problem. And that's the issue. For me, the key thing is around trust. I think this is where the EU is also really looking at this. They've looked at the information ecosystem now, a lack of trust in social media and other things. And they're worried also if we have a lack of trust in AI, it also won't grow the AI ecosystem in the long term. And I think they're thinking from a long-term perspective. And I think that's also how, personally, I also feel, not as an official opinion, you know, and there is smart regulation that can enable trust. So if you want to use health software that's based on AI, and if you are trusting that software, it can be useful for you or for your nurse or for your doctor or whoever. But if you don't trust that, then there's real risks and you're not going to want to use it, and then it will also hold back the industry. So it's trying to get that balance, that people think there's a regulator that's monitoring things so you can trust the decisions being made, not otherwise having other problems. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I just want to ask Ben a similar question from Adam's answer. And, you know, he said it's actually okay, the act itself. But now the concern comes with, at least for our local developers, with the market access compliance to get to that. So it's very hard for startups, you know, to pass through the process of the extreme testing, the documentation, and possible redesign of products. So is that a good thing for our local developers here? Because maybe that will limit them or make them come up with AI that suits Kenya. As Mutembe said, we need to come up with our own. So is that a good thing or not?
Yeah, look, I mean, Kenya has to come up with AI that is built by Kenyans for Kenya. It has to do that. If it's going to be a technology that's going to benefit Kenya, it has to do that. If it's just going to be a technology that we buy from other countries, then it can be useful. It can help some people. But it's not going to help the nation. It's not going to help the country, right? We have to, if you want to build the country, you have to say, let us build applications using this technology by our people, for our people. And you can get help from other countries to do that, but you have to take that stance. And you know, to this thing of sort of building on what Adam was saying, but you know, with new technologies, there's always a fear of a new technology and what it will do. And I think we're probably at that stage. So when the motor vehicle was was launched, really, when the first cars were launched in the UK. Of course, the streets had lots of people walking around, and they had horses on the streets as well. So the regulation that was put in place to allow motor vehicles to use the streets of London meant that a man waving a red flag had to walk in front of the vehicle. You know, that is, you know, to tell everybody there's a car coming, and then the car would follow behind at the pace of the man that was walking. So that's, you know, it's always been that way, right? You know, if you see something coming, they go, oh, well, if we let these run around the streets, they'll start running people over. And you know, there was that concern. It took a while before then people and horses on the streets of London would, you know, stick to their lane and let the cars use their lane, you know, and the regulation around motor vehicles evolved over time. So we're probably in that place, right? It's so new, it is that place. But I just, there's something, and Mritunbhai mentioned Fifi Lay at Stanford, who I had the pleasure of meeting last year. I went to Stanford, and she said that the biggest ethical problem that she saw with AI right now was inequity in access to compute power. So that is to say that the lab she works in has access to very big, this is just a research lab, big amounts of compute power to do research in this. And they shared with me, another one of the professors there shared with me that they had $20 million of cloud compute credits per month in that one department of that one faculty in that one university in the United States. I came back and I asked the organization here, which connects all universities and have cloud for universities. I said, how much cloud credits do you have for the universities in Kenya? He said, 0. You know, so we have to look at this now and say, okay, to allow the creation of this technology, we have to make it affordable. We have to find a way, as industry, as government, private sector, as innovators, find a way to open that up and make it cheaper. That will then help them get investment. It's ultimately right now, it's an investment case. Although people are spent billions of dollars making the ChatGPTs, the large language models, the world is questioning whether they might or might not have a business model from that. But someone's taken a punt on this and given them $1 billion of investment to do these sums and these calculations to come up with these things. So somebody has to take the risk. You have to, you know, if a company in Kenya is going to develop something to help Kenya, somebody is going to have to take that risk and invest in them. And then the cheaper it is for them to develop that, if they have cheaper and equitable access to compute power, then the less risk it is, right? So it's going to enable investment. So it's just one area, but anything we need to look at what are the blockers for investment, and the conversation should start by asking Kenyan companies who are trying to do stuff in AI and say, hey, you know, you've been looking for investment. What are the problems you're having getting investment? How do we unblock those so that you can get the investment? Because, you know, we can talk about innovation as much as we like. If you don't have investment on top of that innovation, it will just be a paper sitting in a university or something else like this. So I think for me, that's the immediate focus, is really, you know, unblocking the investment. We do have great assets, and the renewable energy we have is a great asset into encouraging the investment. And that is why His Excellency, the President, has focused on these conversations around using the renewable energy for data centers and AI. We've heard him talking about this when he's been to Dubai and the climate summit, and he's been to the US. You know, this is why he's thinking that way. We have to put these things into action, really, but, you know, it's got to be helping, you know, the country to build something using this tech.
Thank you very much for that, Ben. And just to build on that, I want to ask Mhendo now, what steps can be taken to realize Kenya's vision for leadership in AI innovation, attracting investment in an environment that fosters creativity and ethical AI development?
Oh, that's quite a big one. But I think I'd like to echo also what both Adam and what we've been talking about in terms of the focus of the way we can do regulation. And Ben also mentioned, this focus already, what His Excellency is doing in terms of, the data centers around Olkaria and the space there. So I'd say absolutely number one is we really need to check what we're doing with KRA and the way we've set up incentives for people to set up their businesses here. I think if you look at places like the US or Italy or Tunisia, so the largest exit of a tech startup in Africa happened in Tunisia in 2023, and that was a company called InstaDeep. They were acquired for around $700 million by BioNTech. So the company that actually innovated on the mRNA technique for cancer, plus also for vaccines. They acquired this company by a Tunisian who actually grew up in the same place that Star Wars was shot. So Star Wars was actually shot in the desert in Tunisia, and this, Karim, grew up there, went and studied abroad, and then, is working with AI innovators from places like Nigeria, South Africa, Rwanda, Kenya, and built that startup, and it got acquired for 700 million. And think about if that is a company that was set up here and was acquired for that much, at the end of the day, Carrier would end up making money out of that. But the way we've set up our structure here is that we treat a startup that is focusing on research and doing something that is probably going to be implemented in the next 5 to 10 years. We treat it as if, it's a company that should be paying 30% tax already, should not be doing any credits for. So I think the first thing is the tax regime. How can we attract investors? How can we be able to assure that investors will not lose their money when they put it here? How can you create incentives for them, like they will get credits if they invest in a company here? Two is definitely one of the things is like we need to do more in creating a corruption-free zone in our country. That's one of the things that is creating an environment where investors don't want to come to Kenya, where you've been seeing some of the stories where they are extorted of the amount of money that they're putting in the country. And then, of course, is setting up our own infrastructure. Ben talked about it in terms of like increasing the data center capacity in the country. And then, of course, is just generally increasing the amenities that we have as a country. So if you create a good enough situation for everyone, for example, investing in electricity, at the end of the day, if you're talking about doing AI, those data centers, they're going to be spending a lot of money on electricity. So ensuring that KPLC has constant electricity for us. More investment into internet, making internet cheaper. So the reality is, if you're talking about compute credits, that's a lot of cloud. So right now, we're still one of the, I think Ben has even more information on this, but we're still one of the most expensive places for internet, even on the continent still. If we had the same amount, of cost for internet as, for example, like India, for example, it would create a whole different situation of people being able to build there. Then, and finally, I think we need to be able to attract global talent. I know we keep on saying that, okay, we don't have enough jobs and such, but if we were to find, the truth is like throughout history, innovation has happened in centers where there's a lot of diversity, a lot of people are able to come in. So if we can create a situation in Kenya where people can be able to get entrepreneur visas, come into the country, work from here, and build, and we can put almost like a H-1B visa for the US, where you take like the best of the best in the world, and then you allow them to come into the country and they can work for a period of time, they can get work permits easily. If we can do that, then what happens is that when you have Kenyans working with the best from the rest of the world, then you have a lot of osmosis almost that's happening. Like, people can share and learn about what's up. And then we end up having the best companies in the world now being coming up from Kenya. So if we create that environment, I think that's how we'll be able to attract investment. Because the reality with investment is most of the VCs and investors in the world, they went to certain schools, and those certain schools are in certain countries. of the unicorns there are founded by immigrants, right? And if you think about those immigrant founders, and we have a lot of Kenyans who've gone to Stanford and to those schools, and if they invite their friends over here, and then we end up attracting the capital to come here, then that's how we can actually build this space. It's a counterintuitive one, but I think that's one of the bigger ones. That sort of investor or entrepreneurship visa, giving people work permits and creating the environment where they can work, and then having Kenyans work in those companies and the capital to come to Kenya.
Okay, thank you very much for those great insights. So I want to engage the audience a bit on this before we come to a close. I will allow you to give your recommendation and tell us what the future looks like as your final take on this. So I don't know if we have any questions from the audience or if you need any clarification from this conversation. I'll take one or two. So I'm not seeing any hands, or I'm seeing a hand here and another hand there. So we'll take those two, and then they give their final parting shots.
Hello. Thank you for the insights and especially on the area of investments. My name is Kevin, and my question was mainly on the area of, I was listening to a podcast by somebody in Sequoia Capital, and on their side, and what they were talking about NVIDIA was that right now they are getting to the point where now they want to invest in data centers, specialized data centers for the models and the AI models, and that really gave me got my thoughts running and along the lines of, can Kenya have a unique value proposition on that area? I believe a few months ago, Microsoft and I believe I heard that within next year around this time there'll be a data center somewhere in Kenya. Will you recommend that to be an area of on investments, and what is your take on that?
Okay, Kevin, who are you addressing the question to?
Anybody who is able to answer that.
Okay, great. Ben will take that. And then now we'll go to the next question after Ben answers.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you're right. So, the AI models are needing a lot of compute power, and currently NVIDIA are leading the market in providing the chip or the machines to do that calculation, right? The data centers that we have in Kenya right now are designed for a certain purpose. They're designed so people can come and walk in, install their servers. An engineer from a bank can come in and walk around and plug his laptop into a server and whatnot. They're designed for a certain way, so lots of people can come and put their hardware equipment in there. It's probably very different from the design of a data center, which is going to be most efficient for AI. So I think that's what NVIDIA is saying. If you're just doing this really big computing, you can do it more efficiently if we, take apart the way that data centers are done. I think, this is a lot of how Google have innovated, right? In terms of with their search and everything else, changing the way they stopped buying computers and putting them in racks like we do, but they started making completely different computers of their own. So a lot more will happen in that, and you won't have, data centers for AI might be special things. They might have liquid cooling. To your question, the unique selling point that Kenya has is it's got one of the highest proportions of renewable energy of anywhere in the world. So we have energy from steam, from geothermal. We have energy from wind. Lake Turkana wind power generates 1/3 of the power for Kenya, 365 megawatts. Then also dams, water. Not all of that power is being entirely consumed by Kenyans at the moment. It more could be consumed. We could have more kettles and more televisions and everything else. So there is some excess. I don't actually know how much excess versus generated there is, but there's more generation potential. We have more steam, more wind, lots of sun. I mean, really a lot of sun and lots of land where you can put solar. So, that is the unique selling point. And that is why, you'll hear the president getting involved in conversations with Microsoft about data centers, because he's seeing that resource and he's saying, how do we, as Kenya, capitalize on that resource in this field? Yeah.
Okay, great. Kevin, your answer to that. All right, I'll take the next question.
Okay, I'll have a few questions. Okay, is it working?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I hope you are hearing me the whole time when I was speaking. So my last question is to Robert, and the question was on, I think you mentioned something about the inequality in compute and everything, and it's also a response to what I hear a lot about building AI for Africa and in Africa, and I don't hear as much of that being said about software. So, I mean, what is the difference between using Facebook models? We all use Facebook itself. We all use Google and GCP products and Google Docs, but when it comes to models, I don't know why we are more interested in building our own foundation models as opposed to using, because we, on a day-to-day basis, we respond to our own needs by building our own technology. We build our own softwares for our schools, for our apps and things like that when we need them. But by and large, we are comfortable with using Microsoft products without a lot of interest in building our own word processing and cloud services. So why do we need a special focus on African AI?
Okay, thank you for that question. Because of time, I will ask the panelists to answer that as they give their remarks as the last word, and in the shortest time possible. I will start with Adam, Ben, and finish with Mutembe. Here's the mic.
Thank you. No, I agree with you. There may well be a compromise that needs to be reached in terms of where you may lose speed in terms of development of solutions and speed to market. You may lose efficiency in terms of having crazily fast and really powerful algorithms and solutions that you can't then explain if you wanted it to be more transparent, accountable, and reasoned. And that's a discussion that has to be had as a country. You know, I think the EU's had that conversation, China's had that conversation. The US has a slightly different approach to how it does policy making. But I think, as Ben said, it's good to have, as a policy in Kenya, what's the approach the government wants to have based on what are our morals and values and approach that we want to take. Then after that, work out, is it a compromise that is worth having? because sometimes you need to make compromises, right? It's like safety of cars. Yes, we could go way faster if we didn't have any speed limits on any cars or any roads, but there would be safety implications of that. So we've made a decision there should be speed limits around that. And hopefully they should be enforced. So enforcement is another issue, right? Not just having regulations, but being able to enforce them too. And that's also a really interesting issue around the digital sovereignty aspect. If you're using foreign models, can you enforce regulations here? And you should be able to. I think there's probably a gap in the regulatory landscape at the moment. You know, the Data Protection Act addresses some aspects of that, where you'd have to register in Kenya as a data protection officer or data protection controller and so on. So I agree it's a conversation we need to have. I personally also agree that though Huawei provides a lot of hardware for data centers and things, that it may not be the best investment in Kenya to build all of its own hardware and all of its own AI models, but to sometimes use others as well, rather, you know, like say, most people here all use either Android or iOS for their smartphones. Does Kenya have to build its own version of Android or iOS? Probably no need to make the investment, but you could just utilize what's already out there. Unfortunately, you're paying some money to Google and to Apple for use of those smartphones, the software on those smartphones, but you're still able to benefit and utilize those without investing in it. So, but that's a personal opinion. You know, that hardware is also very, very, very expensive and quickly out of date. And then if you're trying to compete with others, there's no way, realistically, Kenya can compete with other companies or countries that have so much more resources. And we have to really allocate resources smartly, whether it's for digital skills to use AI, or, and I'll come to my closing comment now, which is around the issue of data. Right now, our biggest weakness, I believe, in Kenya is a lack of good quality data and a lack of accessibility to that data. What data there is locked up somewhere in government servers, in NGO servers, in UN servers, maybe in Kenya, maybe not, it doesn't matter. And there's no data policy and data strategy. You know, there's data protection law, which is fine. There's a whole different conversation, and I know this is part of the recommendations that were submitted to the reforms working group that the former CS set up, around having chief data officer that will champion for getting more data, making it open by default, or classifying data by certain levels, and having ways, secure ways, potentially with anonymization of data as necessary, but for local companies and local startups to be able to get that data and innovate around that data. It could be traffic data, it could be education data, it could be health data, whatever. Right now, probably there's more foreign companies being able somehow to access that data by buying it than there is local companies and startups able to access some data, and there's really not enough here. So that'd be my also closing comment, and the same link, that our focus, I think, should be on getting really good quality data and having local Kenyan researchers and startups being able to access that data and innovate in solutions for local needs, because they have the local data to know what the local problems are, and that's where they'll make money and solve problems and create jobs, rather than just in developing the models themselves. Right? It's using models, whether locally developed or foreign developed, it doesn't really matter in my mind, but developing meaningful, useful solutions, and that's where you'll have social impact, and hopefully good, innovative startups that can be successful. So that's also my closing comment about regulation, but regulation promoting collection and sharing of data responsibly and reasonably, a priority, I guess, for local organizations and researchers especially. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Adam, to you, Ben.
Thanks. Yeah, and you know, to your question about the local, well, buying models, foundational models versus creating foundational models, you were talking about the Facebook llama models and why not access them? And you know, they have different companies have different approaches, and I understand that the way Facebook are approaching it, or Meta are approaching it, is allowing people to develop on it. So they may have more of an open ecosystem than somebody else, like OpenAI, which are giving you a product and a finished product. So you know, definitely, you know, look for the companies that are that have created foundational models that you can use and develop your applications on. That is absolutely the advice that I will give you now if you want to experiment in using those foundational models. But remember, those foundational models may not have been created with any data from, if you're making applications for Kenya, you know, it may be created with data from somewhere else, with different, and data and even values, you know, it may not be relevant, it may not give you the right result. But Facebook's head of public policy, Sir Nick Clegg, he came to Kenya a few months ago, and he was talking about their models, and he shared then with a few of us that Facebook has invested $37 billion in creating those models. So, you know, if you think you want to create a foundational model that will compete with that, you know, start by raising $37 billion, right? And if I give $37 billion to Mutumbe, you know, he may not have all the people right now. I think he can have a good crack at it and finding people that will come and build this for him, right? You know, and I may get return on that investment or not, but I don't have $37 billion, right? So as a parting shot, the three enablers really for AI are, you know, compute power, data, and people and skills, right? I've said enough about compute power. So my parting shot would be, you know, we do have to focus on skills right now and skilling and, you know, enabling people to skill and build things, you know, and perhaps using the ways you've suggested. But to Adam's point on data, very strong points, and, you know, organizing the data. Even within an organization, even within a company, you'll find there's an accounts department, they've got this data. There's the sales department, they've got this data. They've got the, you know, the engineering department, this data. Part of that is because of the way that we've been buying software, you know. The sales department buy Salesforce.com, the accounts department buy, you know, Sage or something like this, or you know, Dynamics. And different departments doing this. So you're not having interlinked systems when even companies are not having an integrated data strategy, where we say, how do we look at all these systems, tag them so that you know, this piece of data in this one is linked to this piece of data in this system, and this, you know, we're not doing that. So even companies are not able to take, you know, the best benefit of their data, whether you're using AI or just simple BI. You know, we're not able to do that because of the way we've architected our systems. So, you know, it can start within companies, it can then go, you know, within ministries, within governments, you know, to start saying how, you know, different departments may have, this is my data and this is our data, and another one, it's the same with the government, this ministry has this data, this ministry has that data. I think what we were hearing from Nairobi County earlier was how they had managed to work with other data owners in Kenya, such as vehicle licensing and lands and whatever, and develop applications. That's what you need to do, right? You need to say, how can we use this tag, the ID number he was talking about, right? So that can get your data from the lands registry, it can get your data from the vehicles, you know, using identifiers that cross-cut, so then we can really get the power. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ben. And finally, we finish with Mutumbe.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question. And what I like about the way you've put the question is that if we are thinking about focusing on Kenya as a place where innovation can come from, you know, we need to think about markets, right, of where we can sell things. And the thing is, like, I'd also like to point out is, like, if you look at, for example, a country like Estonia, right, Estonia has about 1 million population. Compared to Kenya, we have about 50 million. You know, our economy is about 2 times bigger than Estonia, which already that is a problem. And, you know, the reality is that Estonia has produced about 7 unicorns. So you're talking about Skype, you're talking about companies like Bolt. And the thing is, it's not that they're selling that in Estonia. They're selling their technology globally. Skype was eventually acquired for, I think, over $1 billion by Microsoft at some point. So, you know, we also have talent that can build global companies. And maybe the thing is that even by focusing somehow on, like, a local context, we can come up with innovations that can be applied globally, right? And that's one of the things we try to do at Fastager, right? with on-device machine learning, right, that can happen offline. And that's a problem we have, but that's a problem that now you think about Apple Intelligence and everybody is trying to do things on-device, right? So that's how I'd like us also to look at it. Can we build things for the rest of the world? Think about the way South African companies, Israeli companies, yes, they're using the brain power that they have in the country and they attract people from around the world and they build things there that can be used globally. Think about TikTok, for example. TikTok the version of TikTok we use is not used in China, but it was built by a Chinese company, but now it's a global phenomenon. So I'd like us to think in that way, that we can actually innovate for the world and sell a product for the world, and that's the beauty of software, right? You're not even locked out in terms of boundaries. Think about even the way people are using blockchain. Blockchain is basically a decentralized computer, so you don't even need to have all the compute in one place. You could think about how you could build something on Ethereum or on the Bitcoin network, right? So in that sense, and if you think about Zipline, for example, Zipline started in Rwanda, but now they're focused on selling in the US in the e-commerce space. Think about STL, which is at Dedan Kimathi doing the semiconductors. There's a Kenyan who worked all his way to become the president of a semiconductor company in the US and then convinced them that we could also produce, maybe the basic semiconductors that could be used in radio and other things and export them globally. Think about a company like, Gearbox, now was given a contract by Raspberry Pi and produces the same quality of Raspberry Pis as in Japan or in England. Right, so I think we also have a lot of capacity and we should think more globally in terms of what we can do. And finally, I'd like to finish with even a small story about Mo Ibrahim, right? The person who set up the Mo Ibrahim Foundation about anti-corruption in Africa, and he gives 5 million to African presidents when they leave, so that other presidents can think that I don't need to stay in power, I can retire and have at least 5 million. But when he set up, what eventually became Celtel and now is Airtel, nobody believed that there was any potential for mobile phones in Africa. We didn't even have normal telephony by copper. But with that belief, he came up and set up. And today we are benefiting from mobile money and all these other things because of that push that he had back. I think it was 1987 or something, and then he eventually sold it for about $3 billion. I think 2005. But then we have to take that risk on ourselves, and we have to get people who are going to take that risk. The reality in Kenya right now, why we focus so much on fintech, is because it's simple enough to show revenue. Everybody wants money. Everybody needs a loan, and is going to pay you back in some interest, hopefully, if they pay you back. But I think we're taking an easy way out. I think there's more that we could do with fundamental research. We have a lot of people who've studied physics here at the University of Nairobi or at JKUAT or at Dedan Kimathi or chemistry, and can do focused research on things. Ben did physics, Adam also studied, and spent time in China and got innovations from there. But I think there's a lot of Kenyans also who are capable of doing fundamental research and building things. Even, when you're talking about not copying foundational models, the reality is LLMs aren't the end for AI. There's innovations we can come up with here of making smaller, more efficient language models, and that can be used around the world. And so I think we need to focus on how can we empower and finance those innovators who are doing fundamental research here so that we can do things globally.
Great. Thank you very much, Ben, for that. And Mutembe, for that. We appreciate you. Help me clap for my panelists as even they go. Thank you very much. I will invite Lina to take over from here.
You can give a better round of applause. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. At this juncture, I would love to clap for them as they leave the stage so that they are encouraged that they have shared information that is meaningful and useful to us today. Thank you so much, gentlemen and my lady. At this juncture, I want to share something. I'm a storyteller, so I read this somewhere and I was like, this is such an interesting riddle. How many love riddles or tongue twisters? That one, I have a riddle. Why is Europe like a frying pan? Why is Europe like a frying pan? Think about it. I'll give you an answer. Why is Europe like a frying pan? Like pan ile ya kupika mayai, frying pan, eh? Okay, I'll give you an answer. So at this juncture, I want to invite our next panel, and I'll invite our moderator, Joanne, kindly. Where are you? Oh, there she is. Give her a round of applause, beautiful Joanna. She's coming on stage, and she'll introduce the next panel to us. Interesting one. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. What a lovely afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and our Gen Z and Gen Alpha. Good afternoon. It's such a wonderful time to be here talking about AI. And the beauty is this thing called AI. We are either using it, or it's something that we are doing in private, or we are doing publicly. We are talking to it, we are engaging it. And the thing is, the fact that we are going to discuss about AI, the question is there one definition of AI that, if you're asked, is standard to the person next to you? Is it? We're going to find that out today. So to discuss this and also to decipher what is happening around Africa, more or so in Kenya, is our great panelists who are from across Africa to talk about what are the current AI solutions that are being used right now. Is there a market for it? Are there challenges on it, or are there opportunities in it? And to do this will be our lovely panelists. Allow me just to invite them. We'll start with Michael Michi. Please, let's clap for him as he comes on stage. Michael Michi is the founder of Nia za Akili Zetu Foundation. Please let us welcome him, one of our greatest minds in artificial intelligence. Next, we have Carrington Kinyanjui, who will be represented by Roger Odipo. Roger Odipo from Songhai. Karibu sana. And then we have Winnie Kamau. Winnie Kamau is the co-founder of Africa Gen AI Labs. Please, let's give her a clap. A lady in AI. We have a lot to talk about AI today. She comes in with a smile. Welcome, Winnie. We have also Jordan Kalebu. Jordan Kalebu, I don't know if you're around. Please, let's give him a round of applause. One of our youth representatives in AI, thank you. And then we have Chido Zinotiwe. Chido Zinotiwe, please let's clap for the beautiful lady as she comes down the stage. And finally, we have Tom Kinyanjui, the CEO of Neural Labs. I did not mention Chido Zinotei is from Vambo AI. Tom Kinyanjui, I don't know if you are around. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Tom Kinyanjui is the CEO of Neural Labs Africa. So, sorry. Next time we'll bring an AI robot to manage that. Thank you. So welcome, panelists. I hope we have sufficient microphones. You okay? Okay. Great. So the audience today is here to listen about realistic AI solutions. And before we get into this panel session, key takeaway from the previous panel is that we cannot regulate what we have not created. right? So today we are here to discuss what have we created. Is it working? Is it being used? Are there challenges? Can they use it? And so on and so forth. Just to start our panel discussion, maybe I'll start with my left. Just introduce yourself, Michi, the company that you work for, and what you are doing in the space of AI.
Thank you, Joan. Pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Meshe. I'm the co-founder of Nia Zakili Zetu Foundation, which is focused on building AI for Africa by Africa and preventing AI hegemony in Africa. I'm also the co-founder of Viverse Technology that builds AI tools for data protection and data privacy.
Thank you, Michi. Maybe go to our next panelist.
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Roger Odipo. I am the CTO of Vanguard BI. So we are a cloud and AI company that will discuss a few things about what we've built in the next few minutes. I am here to represent my colleague, Carrington Kinyanjui, who is the CTO of Songhai. We partnered to create a product called Haki, which is a tool to help legal research. And I'll be talking a bit more about that today, but thank you very much. Mm-hmm.
Hi, everyone. Hi. I love energy. My name is Winnie Kamal, and from Africa Gen AI Lab, and we are forming what we call Afrocentric. It's an Afrocentric lab where we are trying to push Afrocentric models, and also we are creating a community that can be able to push for Afrocentric innovations. And also, I'm a data journalist. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kalebu Gwalugano. I'm the founder of Sarufi AI. What we do basically is we are building a platform which allows software developers and business owners to craft a localized chatbot without coding. Yeah, thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Chido Zinojkiwe, for those that didn't get my surname earlier. I am the co-founder and CEO of Vambo AI, and what we're doing is building multilingual generative AI platforms. We currently have over 64 languages, 44 spoken on the African continent, 20 from the global community, and API so that innovators can plug into this technology as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tom Kinyanjui, a co-founder at NeuroLabs Africa. So what we do at NeuroLabs Africa is screen medical images for common indicators of pneumonia, tuberculosis, and lung cancer. To answer that part question on whether it's being used, yes, we're doing a clinical validation with UNICEF Innovation Fund. So what you're trying to assess is our precision score, or what we would call sensitivity and specificity score. I have a background in machine learning in data science, and I'm excited to join this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These are interesting ideas that are coming up across AI innovation. And I want to go straight right into it. To Tom Kinyanjui, I will start with you. Now, do you believe that currently with AI, are we in the right trajectory? And what one AI idea or innovation do you do? And the reason I'm saying this is because I have heard over and over again that our penetration in AI is at least 5% in Africa. Are we users? Are we being used? Or are we innovators? Now, you are here as the first voices to talk about this. What technology in AI do you use right now? And do you believe we are in the right technology in Africa today?
I believe we're in the right trajectory, I would say, but again, it's wanting. There's need to increase adaptability, and more importantly, there is need to develop our cloud infrastructure and the general infrastructure in general, especially when it comes to data, because AI is all about the data. So without the data, you don't have the AI. And there's a question that was asked previously on how do we build Africa for Africa. So for instance, I'll give you an example. Money transfer existed in the early times. However, in our context, that was not possible because Africans were underbanked, but mobile phones were available in Africa. So we created M-Pesa to bring more context into money transfer, and that's how we came up with mobile money. So for AI to work, we still need NVIDIA, we still need all these companies to innovate, but it's our work, the guys who are seated here and you and me, to make this work in our local context. So for instance, I had experience working with RNSA, that's the Radiological Association of North America, in developing some of their models. But most of their models were not capturing diseases prevalent in our region, like pneumonia, tuberculosis, which is more prevalent here. So it's up to us to create models that are more context-based. And how do I do that? I need local data. And I can't be able to do that if my hospital, my local hospital, doesn't capture that data digitally. Or rather, they delete that data after a few weeks since they don't have the infrastructure to keep the data in longer times. And that's what happens in most hospitals for the context that I'm working with. So you're finding after 2 weeks, data is deleted simply because they don't have the infrastructure. So that's where I'm coming to. So we need to invest in infrastructure, we need to invest in cloud to be able to increase adaptability of AI in our region. So it's more of the infrastructure. And this happened with computers, remember, and the internet. So computers is a 1900 technology, but today we still rely on donations for computers, for instance. Today, internet is an agenda of the government and a technology that existed in the 21st century. But if we intentionally come up with infrastructure and measures to ensure that recent technologies are better adopted, the faster and the most effective we get there. That's what I think.
Thank you for that. And actually, that keeps me curious, Chido, and this goes to you. You talked about infrastructure and digitization. I'm curious, in the AI innovations that you're working at right now, first, what are you working on as an AI innovation? And what digital or digitization challenges are we facing as Africa that are hindering us into getting straight into the world of AI and creating innovations around it?
Loaded question. But as I mentioned earlier, we are building multilingual generative AI. So the problem we identified was that, again, there are over 2,000 languages spoken on the continent, even more in the global community. And language is the one thing that enables trade, exchange of information, people acquiring education and opportunities. So we wanted to make it easier for anyone in the world to have equal access to those things, which is why we invested in language. And I think some challenges that we're just seeing with digitizing this type of solution, or rather, I think anything being built with AI, is the markets we're building for are not adequately primed for this technology. So you'll find that everyone knows that AI is the in thing right now, but for them it's just a trend. It's not a tool to enable better access to education. Or people are kind of scared and saying, look, my job is going to get taken. So there isn't that attitude to try and embrace new solutions, whether they're built on the continent or built internationally. And again, the only solutions that are being spoken about are your international solutions, your Gemini, Llama, ChatGPT. But that, again, is literally just a drop in the ocean of what's actually happening. In our own business, we use AI to build our AI because there's so many other solutions that are literally coming out every single day to enable the process of innovating around this technology. So I think in Africa, we need to do a lot more work to educate our communities, not just the consumers who are going to be using our platforms, but also us as entrepreneurs, innovators, on how best we can build this tech and ensure that it's built the right way for our consumers.
Well answered, Chido. And I like the fact that you've talked about what we are saying is just a drop in the ocean. Talking about drop in the oceans, and this was brought in as an expectation, and to you, Jordan, the ocean in this room are the jobs. And I want to challenge you and maybe decipher this to the audience. We've heard that AI is going to replace jobs or give jobs or work with jobs. I want you to decipher that notion as you tell us what AI innovation you're currently working with, what jobs has it given, and what do you say about job replacements and AI?
Thank you. When it comes to jobs, I think in every industrial revolution, there is a disruption, right? So I think it's same thing is happening with AI. It's going to automate some of the work, but at the same time, it's going to give another chance for people to get employed. For instance, what we are doing at Sarufi is we're trying to automate customer experience. So currently, like I say, there's one of our clients which does ferry ticketing, does ferry service from mainland Tanzania to Zanzibar. And a lot of the customers go physically to the office to book for the ticket. And sometimes they're having a conversation of customer service. There's just too many passengers they can't handle all customer services. So what we enable them is we provided a system which can automatically handle customer inquiries on WhatsApp. At the same time, people can book the ticket on WhatsApp. So we're providing efficiency now for the like ferry service to handle their ticketing processes, and at the same time for people to get better service in terms of customer experience. But in terms of job creation, for what we've built on Sarufi is a platform, which means that we don't have to create a chatbot. Anybody can come on Sarufi and build a bot, which encourage, we did a lot of ambassador program in universities to encourage now people to learn how to use our platform to build chatbot, which led to a lot of people now seeing it as an opportunity to using our platform to consult more businesses to get that kind of service. So it's kind of the job creation. So it applies to many other areas that for you to get an opportunity in AI era, you need to upskill yourself with something that AI needs. So there's like a popular saying in AI, like everybody says, that AI will not replace you, but someone using AI will definitely replace you, because AI, what is coming is some sort of like an amplifier, or like something like, okay, something that you used to take A to Z, AI will make it take you A to C. So it kind of like simplify and make you efficient. And if making it efficient, it means it's going to release some number of people. But sometimes it gives you a lot of opportunity for people to really upskill themselves to become more efficient. In a way now they can get a lot of opportunity in the AI space. So no matter where you're doing, is it legal, you can now learn how to use AI to write your legal stuff. If you're doing in education, you can learn how to use AI to make it your job to take it, instead of using 1 hour, to take minutes. So the great takeaway I can say is see AI as an opportunity and use it to optimize yourself and make yourself more efficient. And that's how I think it's going to really, the job market in terms of that, yeah.
Thank you, Jordan. And I love the fact that you have said the people who use AI are going to replace you. Now, of course, that brings us to the age. And I want to put this load over you. The people who use AI are going to replace us. Now, if this audience wanted to know about AI education, as an experienced AI, a person who has interacted with AI projects, what is it that you do right now around AI, and what initiatives are you taking to educate not only the people around you, but also outside, across Kenya and maybe Africa, if that is something you have done?
Thank you very much. You talked about education. We just came from Malindi and Mombasa, and we were teaching schools in terms of AI and showing them how to start off. And there's an appetite. There's an appetite to learn these skills. Sorry, I have a cold. There's an appetite to learn these skills. And for us, we have Jasiri AI series. And this is a community that we're being able to build that brings the young people on board who are enthusiasts or who are interested in learning about AI and how they can be able to innovate around it, and using different models. And we bring them on board, and we talk about this, the different innovations they have, what they can do, where we can be able to collaborate or even match up with other, maybe investors who are willing to invest. So that's the kind of community that we are building. And I like the fact that already Jordan talked about that if you do not innovate, if you do not upskill yourself, and we're talking about value addition skills, skills that will set you apart from what you have learned in school. Skills on top of what you have learned in school will set you apart. And it's in this community, we are asking all of you, if you're interested, to come and join us so that we can be able to work together. There are many opportunities in AI, and it's not job threatening, but you'll be better off. They say the early adopters of AI will rip off billions of dollars. So are you willing to become part of that community?
Well said. Are you ready to become part of the AI community? Which brings me to you, Roger, and this will also go to Michi. You had me earlier ask about a single definition of AI. Now, I want to really take some steps back. I want to understand what you believe AI is, and Michi, that will go to you as well. But also, what innovation right now that is exciting that you have either seen in Africa or you're working on that could be a benefit to our audience today?
Right. So I come from a software development background, having only taken up AI in the last, 4 or 5 years. Yeah, so before that, I was focusing more on engineering and software development. So when you contrast the two domains, and really when you go back to what we've done with machines ever since we started making machines, then we realize that we've had a sort of very predictable system where we have a machine, we give it a set of instructions on how to do the job, and then it does the job a little easier than we would have done it, and then we get the results we wanted. Now, AI is a little different because it abstracts some of the process by which we get the results. So it's a little more sophisticated than what we have in the typical machines. So we feed it the information, and then we are able to monitor the results until we get the results that we desire. And that's how we continue to innovate in AI. So if I were to define AI, I would say it is just a sort of system, a sort of machine that mimics how we interpret information. it's not as simplistic as the machines we've had until this point. In fact, if you were to compare the machines we've had before to what we have now, in AI, the possibilities are like day and night comparatively, and the divide is only going to get larger. So it's a new kind of problem solving that is far more efficient and far more intelligent, if I may use the term, in that it mimics what we do as human beings to get the job done. So at Vanguard BI and at Songhai, we work together on a project where we are able to help lawyers and people in the legal profession to do their legal research. So one of the questions that we've had from some of the lawyers that we've had using our product is, for example, they needed a way to synthesize a lot of legal information to come up with precedent for a particular case. I remember there's one client that when we were doing our pilot test, they needed a system that will help them to get information about a degloving case where somebody's hand was cut off. They need to know what kind of precedent is there around that and how much information, what amount of money is typically awarded for that kind of case and that sort of thing. So typically what you'd need to do is to go through a lot of papers and do a lot of reading just to get to that particular kind of case. But when they did it on our platform, it was able to tabulate all the information there, including the ruling, the judges, and the amount given, and a brief summary of what was going on, and all of that. So what AI does is that it does the synthesis for you. It does the synthesis for you and helps you to get the information after what you would have taken a lot of thinking to get to, and so it shortens the time between when you have the problem and when you have the solution in a way that is very dramatic compared to the tools that we have had and up until this point. So I think I'll leave it as that and go on to the next question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roger, and that is profound what you are doing in the space of AI, and I like your definition where AI is the sort of machine that mimics human beings and what we do. And I want to extend this to Michi, who has been one of the most outspoken people in the field of AI, especially in its definition. Michi, as you tell us if AI is the right word being used by AI, and also tell us, looking ahead, what emerging trends in AI do you think will have the greatest impact, more or so in Kenya as we speak today?
Thank you for that. The definition for me is always very difficult. I think we're misusing the word artificial intelligence, and I know already there's an arms race between global tech companies to discover AGI, and we've barely just gone past machine learning. So artificial intelligence has had so many definitions, and it gets to the point where the simplest definition that exists is just, it's trying to simulate human intelligence. And whenever we reach to the point where we call something AI, the next thing that surpasses it becomes now the benchmark of that definition. So we've set ourselves a moving target for its definition, but however, we are yet to get to the point of actual intelligence because from a philosophical point of view, intelligence requires a theory of knowledge, which this technology still lacks. So until we get to that point, then maybe we can now claim artificial intelligence, and then we can move forward towards AGI and superintelligence if we ever do get to that, that point. Speaking around the innovations, there are a lot of innovations that are happening globally that have a lot of potential for Africa around artificial intelligence. One which is of particular interest is inferencing. There's a company called Grok that have now built their own LPUs, which are now the chips. As in the previous panel you had, they talk about NVIDIA and the GPUs, which are the graphic processing units that power mostly the training of these large AI models and also the inferencing. And now a company has come up and has built chips that now make inferencing a lot faster and cheaper. I think this is an opportunity for Africa to also see that we can't just always import the technology. There's an opportunity to build our own chips because we've already started doing some fabrication. So maybe we come up with a new architecture that makes training move away from the GPUs, or we improve on the LPU or anything of that sort. Another area that we could see a lot of value for Africa in terms of innovation is the AI, what I currently call AI as a service, which is just basically the fact that we do have the clean energy to have the infrastructure for AI models to be hosted here means now there's an availability and an opportunity for Africa to take advantage and be sort of the garage or the warehouse where future AI startups will all sit, because infrastructure is still very expensive for AI. GPUs are more and more expensive, cooling becomes expensive, power is expensive. But Africa already has a lot of renewable energy, which we can take advantage of to attract a lot of investment and ship these companies here. Of course, they will come with their knowledge and there'll be the exchange of knowledge. So that's one opportunity that I think we are really, really missing on that we should get onto.
Absolutely, and thank you for that. As Michi said, that we are misusing the word AI. That's a story for another day. But right now, what we should be talking about is simulation of intelligence. Well put, Michi, and I'll just get back to you. Unfortunately, because of time, I've been advised if you have any questions during our break, kindly meet our panelists individually and engage them in the questions. But I want us to wrap this session by just one word from each one of us. Here's the thing, and I'll start with you, Michi. You've talked about AI as a service. What is the opportunity? What can our audience do? How can they access it? Or how can they start learning about it? So for each one of you, my dear panelists, please tell us one AI subset and what is the opportunity on it. And for Michi, I'll start with you for AI as a service. What are the opportunities? And wrap the session with the last word to our audience about the opportunity of AI in Africa. Over to you.
So AI as a service is essentially the entire AI vertical, all the way down from infrastructure, whether that's going to be at the data center level, whether it's going to be at a power level, producing GPUs, or higher up the vertical, whether that's in the engineering teams that will do the ML ops, which is the machine learning operations, or it's in the team that's going to work towards data, or the team that's embedding this either AI solution into an existing product or having it as a standalone product or feature. And then what we have at the top with the return on investment, and then that cycle continues. So basically, AI as a service aims at showing that we have an entire vertical that has a lot of areas to be played in. A lot of what I've mentioned initially just is the tech bit. Obviously, there's a lot of opportunities for people to work in AI away from tech. For example, in policy, in research, in advocacy. So AI as a service just stands out to sort of broaden the idea around what AI is and where different people can play in and what segments can be combined together. Then for my parting shot, for everyone who's interested in artificial intelligence, it's never too late. If you're not yet practicing or learning, it's never too late. And it's not always that technical unless you want to get into the actual machine learning, do calculus, the statistics, all that algebra. But there are other parts where you can contribute whether that's, again, policy, whether that's safety. There's a lot of work that needs to be done around artificial intelligence and safety. So, and that doesn't need to come from regulation necessarily, but it is an area that people can put in a lot of effort to innovate creatively. How do we deal with disinformation, deepfakes, misinformation, and the likes?
Thank you very much. You don't have to learn AI from a technical perspective. Thank you, Michi, for that. To you, Roger, what area of AI and what are the opportunities and your parting shot?
Right. Thank you very much. So to the question, I'm going to first of all focus actually on just large language models, because I feel like they are the most available at the moment. If you need access to them, they are all over the news, they are all over the place, they are all these resources. So if you go onto YouTube today and look for videos from Free Code Camp, if you need to make a note, please do. Free Code Camp. If you go there, you'll be able, in about 5 hours, you'll go through an entire tutorial of how to make an application using a large language model that actually works. So the best way to learn these things is just by getting your hands dirty and getting these things done. Now, away from the tools and from the resources that we have at our disposal, I'd like to use this time to just talk about the data. So hello, can you hear me? Hello? Okay, here we go. Yes, so in Kenya, for example, by far a very big proportion of our economy is heavily dependent on agriculture. Now, we may not notice this, but the people, those of us that are seated in this room and the ones that live in this city, we are a relative minority of the people that are in this country. Most of the people that we have that are, in terms of the contribution to the economy and all of that, they live in rural areas, they practice agriculture, and the problems that they deal with day to day are when to plant, what to harvest, and that's a big part of a lot of our lives as Kenyans. And if you extrapolate a little bit, you'll see that it's not that just the case for this country or for East Africa, it's the case for the entire continent. So, in a very short time, in the next decade or so, AI will still be very valuable, but you will notice that data is going to be very, very valuable. The data that you use to build AI, as Kinyanjui mentioned, is most of the value of the AI that we built is built on the data. And there's a lot of data that we have in this country and in this continent that we don't have access to, that nobody ever collects, and that is going to be very, very useful in terms of building scalable and very valuable tools that are going to help the entire economy. So AI is just a tool, but I will encourage us to start thinking about these places that we can go and plug in that are not yet being looked at, especially if we focus on tools that we are getting from the United States or from other countries. They may solve some of the problems we have in the corporate world, in the societies where people are learned, but there are some parts of this country that are not yet explored that form a very, very significant part of Kenya and Africa. So as we think about AI and where to apply it, let's think about the data that we can get from different sectors and what we can use to build on top of what we have to build solutions that are applicable in the whole world, but are also deeply applicable in our own context, in our own backyard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rogers. Thank you for that. Data is the future from him. I know you've had that and the opportunities to work on data. To you, Winnie, what area of AI opportunities and also your parting shot? Kindly, let's do this in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Wow, I have to rap like a like a machine, if there is a rapping machine. Okay, so let's focus. I guess my parting shot first would be, let's focus. We are grappling with the identification, or rather, what is AI? But what are the principles that will guide us as Kenya and as Africans, Afrocentric principles of AI? And I would think of fairness, reliability, privacy and security, inclusiveness, transparency, accountability, and sustainable development. Those are the Afrocentric principles of AI that we would like to push as a community. And looking at what was discussed here by even the team that was before us, mentioning Ben Roberts, and talking about compute power. How can we innovate around this computation power? How can we be able to make sure that our data centers, they are optimized in such a way that they can help us? And we are not just going there because they are green energy data centers and they are all that has been made available. So how can we optimize on this so that they can help us and we can be able to innovate around them? And then last but not least, we're thinking about the NLPs, just looking at the natural language processing, and how can we be able to protect or even preserve our local languages. I know Swahili is one. There are different types of Swahili spoken in Kenya and around Africa. So how can we be able to protect or even preserve our local languages? Your local language, can you be able to preserve it using the AI technology or tool that you have around? And just to emphasize, like I said, we have Jasiri AI series. You're all welcome. We're building a community of innovators, a community of AI enthusiasts, AI, what do you call them? Anyone who's ready to come and work with us, we are willing to work with you. Thank you very much.
Well put, Winnie. Thank you. Protect our data, use it relevantly. If you have time, Google about Jasiri and look at the opportunities. Jordan, over to you. What area, opportunities, and your parting shot in 2 minutes, please.
Okay. So the way I think of these early days of generative AI is like the early days of internet. There are going to be very few service providers like maybe Safaricom, Airtel, but there are going to be a lot of people building on top of this technology of internet. So people building Facebook, people building social media applications. So I think even now, a lot of focus, for a lot of founders in AI, including myself, is to, innovate in the foundational model layer, come up with a local model. But I think there's also still a huge opportunity lying in utilizing these existing foundation models to deliver solution for people. So I think it's still early days. So we're still waiting for a lot of creative application to be built. And I think if people take time to go through it and learn how to build solution on top of this new technology, I think there's a lot of exciting solution to be built on top of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Build new solutions on existing technologies. That's an opportunity. Thank you, Jordan. To you, Chido, what are the opportunities? And maybe just touch slightly on the ethical aspect of it as you close down on your last parting words. Over to you.
Great. So Roger actually took what I was going to say. Data is the most important thing. So if someone wants to build an AI company, I'd recommend you build a data collection house and kind of service different companies to get the data that they need to augment their solutions. But I think kind of my parting shot is around how you look at yourself as an individual in this era of AI. You will have to pivot. You will have to change the way you want to build, the way you want to contribute to the economy. Things are changing, not just technologically, but even in terms of our societies and how they operate. And kind of to just give you a brief of like what our life looks like at Wambo AI, we have to keep shipping, we have to keep building, we have to keep learning. Sometimes we build something over 3 months, it's released in the market for like 6 weeks, and then someone else does something better. That's just how the industry is going. So change your mindset and become adaptable. And in terms of ethical concerns, you can't have the answers to everything, and this is really a good space where collaboration comes in. So for us, part of our advisors come from an organization called Equiano Institute, where they do research on responsible AI and governance, safe AI, and they assist us with our particular solution to ensure that we're meeting the ethical standards of what we're building. So if you don't know how to do it, collaborate. It's an easier and safer way for you to get into, to do things the right way.
Well said, Chido. Pivot and change your mindset, and also start thinking and learning and become adaptable. Most of all, most important, collaborate. Tom Kinyanjui, over to you. Opportunities. What section of AI and your parting shot, especially on collaboration?
Okay, thanks. I talk about collaboration. Collaboration first. I think AI is too broad, so we need to collaborate, and we're not going to develop AI if we continue being terrified about it. So what we need to first do is adapt. If there's anything we humans can do better than AI is to adapt, to learn a new skill. See AI as a co-worker, somebody that will help you improve your productivity and your skill. You see, every time a new technology emerges, it triggers fear. Fear to lose jobs, fear to take over the world. We saw that with computers, we saw that with the internet, and now again, we are seeing it with artificial intelligence. The truth is, AI will not take away your job to make some jobs redundant, but to create better jobs. So did the internet and the computers. Funny fact, 60% of jobs that exist today were never heard of in the 1900s. And those that did are obsolete today. So it's a question of, more importantly, how is AI going to impact me? And that means you and me. So how do I prepare for this future? So as a parting shot, I would say there are types of artificial intelligence. So there is artificial narrow intelligence that is now a predictive text. For instance, if you're writing me a text and there's a prediction of, that's artificial narrow intelligence. Then we go to the next step, that is Michi is talking about, artificial general intelligence. Here, we're even trying to get to this computing power because people are misunderstanding AI with what they see on the movies and what they read. So we're even not even into artificial general intelligence. So we only have the LLMs that are just one step towards that. So we don't have enough computing power to be able to innovate in that way. So that's why we're sticking to artificial narrow intelligence, that's self-driven cars and what most of us are doing here. Then we have artificial superintelligence. That is now what that scares people, but in the world today we do not have enough computing power to make that a reality. So I would say is invest in data collection. That's the fuel. So if you have the fuel, then you have the infrastructure to take you to the next level. So I think data, whatever you're doing, you're collecting data. So if all that data is well kept and kept for the future, then you're in the reality of artificial intelligence. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tom Kinyanjui. Thank you, Chido. Thank you, Jordan, Winnie, Rogers, and Michi. It has been an absolute pleasure. My name is Joanne Bessia, CEO of Tech Mindset Africa, that educates Africa in NI. It has been a pleasure. It has been a pleasure, audience. Thank you for listening and being part of this. Thank you.
Give a round of applause to our panelists and to Joanne. Oh, you want to? Thank you so much. Collection of data. They're collecting data.
You should join us. Yes, you should. Yeah. We should do a good
Thank you. And with that, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on where you're seated, we have to wrap up this session. Feel free, they're still around to continue this conversation and plug into what they're building. Thank you so much to Innovate Nairobi Tech Week for having AI track. Thank you to the Nairobi County Government. Thank you to our panelists, moderators, and everyone who sat to engage with us. I had told you that Europe is like a frying pan, and you needed an answer. Why? Because Greece is at the bottom. Okay? Have a lovely afternoon. Thank you so much.
It's not a better clap than that, guys. Say it louder for the lawyer in the house to hear. Did they? They need to have deeper conversations. They did. 50-50. Oh, they need to come back, yeah. John is a very important factor in this conversation. So I would like to release you to your next tracks, but I'll only give you a 10-minute break. So I will mention the track and then I will also mention the room. So 3 tracks are basically happening after this. The first track is Precision Medicine and Cancer Care. You will go to room 405, that is 4th floor. And the second one is Conversations about Blockchain and Cryptocurrency. I've already seen the guests are here. You will go to room 403. And then finally, Women in Technology. You will remain here. I will repeat that last. Oh, you're not happy? You want to change your room? I will say this one more time. Precision Medicine and Cancer Care. Please go to room 405. The panelists and the moderator is ready. Second one, Conversation about Blockchain and Cryptocurrency. Please go to room 403. And then finally, Conversations about Women in Tech. You remain here. Some gentlemen have asked me, is this only a woman conversation? Absolutely not. You can be a man and you want to propel the conversation of women. You can be in the corporate world and you're setting forth how women should occupy tech. So feel free and enjoy. Take care of yourselves, enjoy your tracks, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you too. So your rooms are already ready. Please disperse. For those ones staying for the Women in Tech, occupy the